Check 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. All right, we.
It's time for Bethune-Cookman Football. Head coach Raymond Woody Jr. and the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats are ready to climb the mountain in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. It's time for today's pregame show, brought to you by your Southeast Toyota dealers. Let's go inside the huddle. Here's the voice of the Wildcats, Mike Torello, on the CatEye Radio Network.
For 29 years, from 1950 until 1979, Bethune-Cookman University was a member of the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference, or SIAC for short. For 25 of those years, the Wildcats shared SIAC membership with Clark College from Atlanta, Georgia. Despite sharing a home for all those years, the football teams representing those institutions only met on the gridiron one time. A 56-26 win for Bethune-Cookman in Jacksonville at the 1965 Gateway Classic. This afternoon, two old conference foes dust off a matchup that hasn't been played in 59 years. Live from Larry Kelly Field at Daytona Stadium in Daytona Beach, Florida, this afternoon's presentation of Bethune-Cookman University football on CatEye Network Radio and 1380 WELE, The Cap, is on the air. Hello and a very warm welcome. My name is Michael Torello. Happy to have your company for the Wildcats non-conference finale in 2024. Daryl Natil will be joining me in the booth to break down all the action. Daryl, there may not be conference standings on the line this afternoon, but there's a lot at stake for the Maroon and Gold.
Absolutely a lot at stake for the Wildcats here this afternoon. Cats, the last 3 weeks, the toughest schedule that I've known for the last 20-something years. We played a very, very heavy schedule. This afternoon, we bring in a Clark Atlanta team who comes in kind of hot. They're 2-0, 2-0-1. Great offense, averaging 30-something points a game. A great quarterback out of Tampa Bay Tech and a receiver that transferred with the head coach. This will be an exciting football game. But the Cats, last week, the second half, they woke up a little bit against Western Michigan, and they come in a little hot themselves.
You were around in 1965, Daryl, when the Wildcats and the Panthers got together in Jacksonville. Do you remember anything about that game?
I remember it being in the old Gator Bowl. That place was a cavernous 80,000-seat stadium, and I remember the field being a little muddy. And I remember that being a hard-hitting game, and both teams came out a little dirty because I was the ball boy, and I had a towel that was really very, very muddy.
Bethune-Cookman enters their final non-conference contest of the season with a 0-3 record after facing the toughest strength of schedule in the SWAC so far, with a ranked FCS Mercer team sandwiched between two FBS foes in South Florida and Western Michigan. Last week, the Wildcats were up in Kalamazoo to play the Broncos in the farthest north by latitude BCU has ever played a football game, coming away with a 31-59 loss. Darnell Dees was the highlight of the game for the Cats, returning two 95-plus kickoff returns for touchdowns. Dees now has 6 kick return touchdowns in his college career, one shy of tying the all-time college football record. The offense also found its footing, controlling the time of possession of the game, not turning the ball over, and, led by quarterback Cam Ransom, had 2 long touchdown drives, one on each side of the halftime break, with Ransom getting to the end zone with his legs both times. It wasn't perfect, as BCU left 2 touchdowns on the field. A perfectly executed wheel route into the end zone by Courtney Reese was called back by a dubious ineligible man downfield penalty, and an ambitious double pass from wide receiver Malik Huggins to Darnell Dees was dropped in the end zone. The defensive side of the ball last week did give Wildcat fans some cause for concern. BCU gave up 677 yards and 59 points to Western Michigan. Both of those are the most since Raymond Woody Jr. took over as head coach last year. Western Michigan averaged 11.1 yards per play and repeatedly gained chunks of yards in the run game. This problem was exacerbated by both of the Cats' starting middle linebackers, De'Aris Thomas and Trey Pastor, being out with injury. Neither will be back this week, so someone will have to step up in those roles in the middle. I spoke to BCU head coach Raymond Woody Jr. to break down the game against Western Michigan, talk about Darnell Dees' heroics, and preview a dangerous Clark Atlanta team. I'm here with Coach Woody before the Wildcats take on Clark Atlanta to round out their non-conference schedule. Coach, let's go back to Western Michigan real quick. The offense seemed like it finally put it together a little bit.
Yeah, those guys, they work hard on that side of the ball, and just to get the continuity, with the schedule that we played before that game, taking the little positives and keep progressing each week, and it finally starting to click, you know, and we see some synergy over there that's now they're understanding what we want and how we want it. And it all comes back to the technique, fundamentals, and attention to detail.
Darnell D's obviously the standout for us with the 2 return touchdowns, and he's been close a couple other times this season as well. Talk about the special teams unit and specifically the return game.
Yeah, well, you know, for him, you know, he always tell them, you know, to stay ready, and we have to win those aspects of the game, winning, hitting yardage, and he's the type of guy that, you know, he deserves the ball in his hands, and when we put the ball in his hand, whether it's offense on special teams, we expect for him to step up and make big plays. So that's expectations of him.
Going into Clark Atlanta this week, they're going to give you something completely different on offense than you've seen the first couple of weeks of the season. Air raid, 5 wide, going vertical down the field. What have you done in practice this week to try and combat that?
Just got to be smart up front. We got to mirror the throwing hand of the quarterback, you know, and then obviously play, you know, tighter coverage. But the game is going to be won up front, you know what I mean? I feel like if our guys up front do what they're supposed to do, I mean, we can kind of slow down some of that passing.
And on the other side, I mean, they've put up a lot of points, but they've given up a lot of points on offense and on special teams. Is there something on their defense that you've keyed into this week?
Well, you know, they run to the ball. I mean, they're going to be in multiple fronts. You know, they try to confuse you. You know, they try to mess with the reads of the quarterbacks. And like I said, you know, running the ball, it's just you against that guy, whether they're in a 3-man front or a 4-man front. You know, you just got to stay on your job and do your job.
Last non-conference game before going into the SWAC schedule, how important is this week for momentum before conference play?
Well, you know, each week is important because it's the next game on our schedule. But obviously, you know, getting that confidence to just finish. You know, we want to finish games, you know, and then it helps us going into the next week, whether it's conference games or the next opponent. But, you know, it's important for us, you know, because this team, they starting to believe, they starting to understand what to expect. Whereas, you know, the previous year, they didn't know, you know. So right now, we see improvement. The guys come to work and go to work every day, so we're excited.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck this week.
Thank you.
As previously mentioned, the Wildcats offense picked up the pace last week and seem to have found their permanent QB1 in Cameron Ransom. In a little over 2 games under center, Ransom has thrown for 338 yards and has 3 interceptions, all on deflections in the secondary. Cam is also the team's second leading rusher with 56 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Leading the rushing attack is Courtney Reese with 70 yards, and Juvently Bazul has been the other feature back with 53 yards. Receiving-wise, Lorenzo Jenkins leads the charge with 97 yards, while Malik Huggins has 52 and Kobe Stewart 50. Cade Hector knocked in another field goal last Saturday, bringing him to 2 on the season. I spoke to Darnell Dees this week to recap his 2-touchdown game against Western Michigan, staying at Bethune-Cookman through the coaching transition, and how he has adapted to playing multiple positions throughout his career. I'm here with Darnell Dees before the Wildcats take on Clark Atlanta for their final non-conference game of the season. Darnell, let's go back to last week. Western Michigan, 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns. Walk us through those plays.
Just left it up to God. You feel me? I left it up to God and made a play when it came to me. Took the best opportunity.
Every week I see you guys out here practicing those blocking schemes for kickoff returns and punt returns, and when it finally pays off, it's a beautiful thing. Especially the second one, you saw that hole open up in front of you. Your eyes must have gone wide, like, oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah, like when I thought it was gonna go out of bounds for real. Like I thought the ball was gonna go out of bounds, but it bounced back into me. So I was like, all I kept thinking was like, what the coach gonna say? Like, you gotta make a play.
You've now been here at Bethune-Cookman your entire college career, and you've played offense, you've played defense, you've been the man on special teams. What's it been like just bouncing around trying to find a place on the field?
Just anywhere to get me on the field, anywhere to just make a play and have me on the field. That's all.
You've seen, you know, coaching staffs come and go. Talk about Coach Woody and his staff and what they've done with this team over the past 2 years.
It done got better. We got our own field. You feel me? Like I'm traveling to the stadium every day. That was a habit. You feel me? So it's way more smoother practicing, coming out here practicing and getting off the field.
Going up against Clark Atlanta this Saturday, their defense hasn't looked very good statistically. You ready to dominate this week?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
For sure. Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
We are introducing a new segment to the pregame show this week. Before each game, I'll be highlighting the best Wildcat play from the week before. So here is the first edition of the Southeast Toyota Dealers Highlight of the Week, and you know I had to start with Darnell Dees.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota.
Bethune-Cookman will get the ball first to begin the second half. Zurak kicking right to left. The sun all the way down below the western horizon. It's a line drive kick to Dees. It's going to bounce. It's going to be fielded at the 2-yard line. Dees is going to bring it out. 10 left side, 15. Makes a man miss 20, 25, 30 left-hand sideline. 35, 40. He's in the open field. 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. You can put it on the board. Touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold. Darnell Dees for the second time tonight has a 100-yard touchdown return.
At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota, let's go places. Get $2,000 in loyalty cash bonus on a new Toyota Tundra. Offer valid through September 30th, 2024. Offer entitles current Tundra customers to $2,000 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of a new Tundra gas or hybrid vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward a down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
The BCU defense is looking for a bounce-back game this week against a pass-happy Clark Atlanta offense. Let's run you through some of the Cats' statistical leaders through 3 games. Raymond Woody III leads the way in tackles, putting up 26. Jefferson LaFontant and Andrew Volmar each have 13, and Kevin Washington Jr. has 12. Educate Brown leads the way up front with 2.5 tackles for loss and sacks. Jeremy Greaves, De'Aris Thomas, Caleb Blake, Jefferson LaFontant, and Oren Patu each have a sack for the BCU front 7 that sits second in the Southwestern Athletic Conference in sacks with a team total of 8. Woody III and Andrew Volmar have the 2 Wildcat interceptions on the year, and the Maroon and Gold have yet to force a fumble in 2024. Oren Patu also forced a safety against Mercer for the Wildcats' only points in that game. I caught up with defensive back Andrew Volmar after practice this week to talk about scouting the Clark Atlanta offense, what he thinks about on the field, and how he has fit in at Bethune-Cookman after transferring from Louisiana Monroe. I'm here with Andrew Volmar before the Wildcats take on Clark Atlanta for their final non-conference game. Let's go back to last week. You had an interception, kind of a wild deflection play against Western Michigan. Walk us through that one.
Yes, sir. We're in a quarters concept. I knew I had to stay inside on my man, so I just stayed disciplined, let the ball come to me and just made the play when it came to me.
Y'all have been kind of doing a soft zone concept on a lot of your defensive looks this season. What was the philosophy behind that?
We like to keep the ball in front of us. It helps us not to give up as many explosives and play together, pass routes off.
Going up against Clark Atlanta's offense this week, very pass-happy, up-tempo, air raid style. What have you seen on film this week that you're looking forward to?
Nothing different. As a DB, we like to play the ball. We like to cover a lot. So they're giving us what we want. They've thrown the ball over 94 times in their past few games, so we should get what we want, have a few turnovers this week.
When you are lining up one-on-one against a offensive player, what goes through your mind pre-snap?
Man, it's me versus him. If we're both trying to be pros, I can't let him catch the ball, no matter who it is. Doesn't matter.
You've had a long journey in this college football career of yours, from Louisiana Monroe to here. What's it been like at Bethune-Cookman this first 3 weeks of the season?
Man, I love to hear, they taking me in. It feels like a family, just trying to play my part and help us get better, be a better team.
Thank you. Good luck this week.
Appreciate you.
As we approach kickoff and the Wildcats get ready to run out of the tunnel off to our right here at Daytona Stadium, it's time to take a look at the opponents. Clark Atlanta, a Division II squad out of the SAIC, in this year's 4th edition of the Opponent Report. Clark Atlanta entered the 2024 season after a winless year in 2023. The Panthers have fared better to start this year under the leadership of new head coach Teddy Keaton, who joined Clark Atlanta after 6 years at the helm of Allen University, leading the Hornets to their best ever Division II season last year. Clark Atlanta has opened 2024 with 2 wins, no losses, and a draw, including wins over Fort Valley State and Allen. They enter Week 4 after a 28-28 tie at Florida Memorial in the Sunshine Showdown. The game was suspended at the half due to inclement weather. Through 3 games, the Panthers lead the SIAC in touchdowns with 13, points with 99, and yards per game at 391.7. Defensively, they sit in the bottom half of the conference, allowing 30.7 points per game on 337.7 yards. Clark Atlanta's offense is led by dynamic junior quarterback David Wright III. Through 10 quarters of play, the Tampa Bay Tech product has put up 937 passing yards and 10 touchdowns, to only 2 interceptions. The pocket passer has also had 1 rushing score on the year. Defensively, the Panthers have 4 sacks as a team, led by a pair from defensive lineman Jaden Cleveland. In the secondary, corner Dalil Watkins has a pair of picks, tied for the SIAC lead. So, Darryl, I want to bring you back in now. We got about 5 minutes before kickoff here. The Wildcats getting set to run through the band in front of a crowd that is filling out here. Everybody outside tailgating is now filed through the security lines and got in. Clark Atlanta's brought a fair amount of people over on the far side, including their band, cheerleaders, and dancers. It's going to be an old-school HBCU battle here at the beach today.
You know, everybody likes to see the battle of the bands, and you got both college bands in the stands this afternoon. Great weather. We had a little sprinkle a couple hours before the football game. What I'm like to see here this afternoon is you got 2 teams that come in that's had success, and the Wildcats are against a defense that's giving up some points. But their offense has scored some points. So I look at it like it's going to be a pinball machine game, like video game today.
I want to talk about our offense because I think the whole linchpin of the game today hinges on what we can do on offense. We know they're going to score. We know their defense is not great, but our offense hasn't looked great either, to be fair, against 2 FBS and a top-ranked FCS defense. If they're going to break out and find something, it's going to be today.
The running game is going to have to be a key. Because last week we saw Cam Ransom rally the team. He played well. He threw the football pretty good, and he also ran the ball well. But we saw the second half where the offensive line began to gel a little bit. If we can run the football on these guys and get a balanced attack, I think that'll be what the Wildcats order for the afternoon.
And I think you mentioned the offensive line. The Wildcats have a size advantage in the trenches for the first time this season.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really important. I'm talking about guys like center Christian Loving, David Potazzi, Traveris Hammonds, the standout freshman Teko Schultz. These are the guys that are going to have to step up and have big games, especially with your number 1 offensive lineman, Christopher McAlpin, still out with injury. He has only played the first game of the year.
Yeah. He was at the tailgate with me eating fish. He has a torn ACL. But here's the thing, you know, we led in time of possession last week as an offense, so we're going to have to do the same thing this afternoon, is kind of grind it out, kind of run some of that clock, throw the football when we need to. But I look for our running backs, Bazille, Deems, Courtney, So look for those guys to get some great carries because the offensive line, for the first time, they outmatched the defensive line.
And on defense, right, as the Wildcats run through the band left to right behind the BCU flags as the band plays the fight song here at Bethune-Cookman. But on the defensive side for the Wildcats, right, I want to see the secondary play more press man instead of that zone that we've been used to the last couple of games. They gave away so many big plays against Western Michigan where they just let the receivers have it on comebacks and crossers. I want to see the corners and the safeties get downfield a little bit more and try and pressure those receivers.
That's what scares me. But if you notice in the 4th quarter last week, we actually played press coverage. I think Johnny brought it out. We did play press coverage in the 4th quarter. This afternoon, we're going to have to dial up some different things on defense. I want to see Dallas Corbett get loose. You know, he earlier this week I kind of spoke to him. He said he had some nagging injuries the first couple of games of the season, but he's ready to get jacked up. He's our specialist transfer from UCF. He's the guy that can get after the quarterback. And you also have Graves and a couple other guys that can get in there and put some pressure on Wright, because Wright is a guy who can really stand in that pocket and throw the football.
Wright's small, 5'11", 182. He's got kind of that Russell Wilson-esque physique, but he can really sling the ball. And again, a lot of Clark Atlanta's offense is going to be quick passes, slants, screens, and curls.
That's what scares me again. Playing off, giving those speedy guys an opportunity. You know, he has a receiver, number 3, Antoine Harris. He's been playing with him since 10th grade. At Tampa Bay Tech, he went to Allen with the guy, and now they're at Clark Atlanta. So those guys know each other like night and day.
Band is off the field, and the captains are about to get ready to go out to midfield for the coin toss. This is an HBCU Go game, so we got some national television attention and also some local television attention today as the game is being picked up on some local networks in Jacksonville and Orlando. But if you're listening to us here on the CatEye Network, we appreciate your company. We are just about set to go.
It looks like we're receiving because I see Darnell Dees out there at 50.
Now, we got to talk about Darnell Dees, right? 2 return touchdowns. He's 1 shy of tying the all-time record. Do you think he gets a chance at the rest of the season? Is anybody going to kick to him?
Well, the word came down from Atlanta on Monday that they're not going to kick the football to him. They're going to squib all of their kicks. But like we were talking about earlier, if you put him in the middle, we're going to receive. If you put him in the middle on a squib kick, that's even better because they're going to be scrambled running down the field. But he's in the middle right now, and you got who's that, number 6?
Well, Malik Huggins is out there, and Dees is in the middle. And also Amari Stewart is back there for the Wildcats, who are wearing gold helmets, black jerseys, black pants with gold striping and gold numbers tonight. Clark Atlanta, black lids, white jerseys, red numbers, black pants. As their kicker, Leonardo Cabrera, gets ready to kick it off right to left. He approaches the ball, and we are underway. They're going to send it deep into the end zone. It's actually going to bounce in the end zone, and Courtney Reese is going to let that one go. Dees went like it was going to be squibbed. He went right up the middle of the field, and they kicked it over his head.
That's dangerous right there. If they're going to kick the ball down the middle of the field, that's going to be a long afternoon for them. So let's see what happens right here. We got coming out wearing number 16 this afternoon. He's worn number 1, number 11. Now he's wearing number 16.
And he was going to wear number 3, I was told yesterday, but they changed that last minute this morning. Cam Ransom is the quarterback for the Wildcats. He's in the gun. He's got Courtney Reese to his left. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right from the 25-yard line going left to right. Ransom to pass on first down. It's a screen left side to Reese. He's going to get a block 25, 30-yard line, pushing towards the left-hand sideline. He's going to be wrapped up and dropped at the 32-yard line. A nice 6-yard gain on first down for Bethune-Cookman.
We're going to try to attack the ends this afternoon. We got great speed as our running back. We want to try to attack the edges. We've been going up the middle all season long, averaging 1.1 per carry. But that time we picked up 7 yards.
2nd down and 3 now from the 32-yard line. They bring in the fullback, handoff, left-hand side on a jet sweep, and being ripped down all the way back at the 20-yard line. I think that's Malik Huggins, it is. And they lost about 12 yards.
They had it set up perfectly, but the one guy who came clean stopped that play. If he wasn't there, they had a wall set up down the right sideline. He would have been still running.
Solomon Mosley, I believe, made the tackle for Clark Atlanta. So now from 2nd and 2 to 3rd and 12, all the way back at the 23-yard line. 2 left, single right, Ransom. 2 claps of the hands, then he looks to the sideline to change the play.
They're playing man coverage up top. Down low, too.
Needs a big play here for the Wildcats if they want to avoid going 3 and out on first down. Clark Atlanta brings pressure from the backside. Ransom gets the pass away, far side, wide open. Catch is made, a juke move by Malik Huggins to the 40-yard line, all the way down to the 45. He caught the ball 1 yard shy of the line to gain and juked the defender out of his shoes and got 15 more up the left-hand side.
Great move that time because the defensive back was coming. He used his own momentum against him. He juked him and let him run by. He picked up the first down.
Great play by Huggins there to pick up the first down. Wildcats moving, ball spotted at the 44, left to right. Wildcats on their own side of the field. They'll run the ball up the middle. Courtney Reese for the hole. Not touched before he gets 4 yards up to the 49-yard line is where they'll spot it. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5.
Good-looking run up the middle, offensive line, controlling the line of scrimmage right now.
And as we expected, right, they've got the size advantage. And if the Panthers don't blitz, we're going to have those running lanes all day. 3 right, single left now as the Wildcats look to air it out. It's a bubble screen, left-hand side to
number 10,
Amari Stewart.
Picks up the first down.
He does, up to the Clark Atlanta 44-yard line, gain of 10.
Clark Atlanta practiced on our field yesterday about this time in the afternoon to try to match the weather, but they can't match this heat this afternoon.
So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They've now split all 3 receivers out to the left, and the tight end is on that side, Marcus Velez as well. Snap to Cam, bubble screen left-hand side. It's going to go to Amari Stewart again, fighting towards the 40-yard line, ripped down after a gain of 4 Tackle made by Mosley again, along with Dalil Watkins.
You know, we're seeing Jabino right now throw that bubble screen a couple of times. We haven't seen that all year. We're trying to attack with our fast guys on the outside.
You know what I want to see? I want to see the wheel that we went to once.
Yeah. It could be
last
coming
week.
on this. It could be coming on this play to the wide side.
2nd and 4 from the Clark 39. Snap to Cam. He's going to roll left-hand side, keep it himself. Get a block to the right-hand side. 35-30. Breaks an arm tackle
Ooh.
and out of bounds to the 27-yard line as he put his shoulder into the chest of Marcus Henderson, the free safety.
He's a load at quarterback. He's easily 6'3", 230, and he just laid a wham on the strong safety.
I love that quarterback run. Now we've got 3 receivers bunched to the right, single left, ball in the middle of the field. 1st and 10 for the Cats from the 27-yard line of Clark Atlanta. Snap to Ransom. He's going to throw the screen again. It's stored on the right-hand side, falling down past the 20 to the 18-yard line, close to another first down.
And Stewart keeps his feet, man. He had a gap right there. Both of the receivers held the block. He gets between both of those guys. He could score.
This is the first time we've really seen like a true up-tempo style from the offense this season.
And you see my hands are shaking because I'm so excited to see what they're doing.
Yep. It's 2nd and 2 from the Clark Atlanta 19. This drive started all the way back at the BCU 25 with 11:02 to go in the first quarter. Ransom, quarterback keeper, left-hand side, escape to the outside, gets a block to the 10, and he's going to be out of bounds at the 9-yard line, but a flag flies in the area of holding. It looked like Malik Huggins, who was the lead blocker out there, the receiver in the pattern.
If Cam cuts up, he doesn't have to hold that block that long, but Cam tried to go around him, and they call a holding on that play.
Yeah, the Wildcats have struggled with penalties.
In the red zone, too.
Yeah, and so they'll back us up. It'll go from 2nd and 2 to back to 2nd and it's 10 yards from the spot of the foul, so it's now 2nd and 5. They only actually backed us up 3 yards.
That play is open all day. Cam's going to have plenty of room to run this afternoon.
So now it's 2nd and 6. My apologies. They spot the ball at the 23-yard line of Clark Atlanta. After the Wildcats apparently picked up the first down, but a holding call brought it back. Faking the handoff is Ransom. He's got a man in his face. He's going to air it out towards the end zone. Got a man wide open. Caught at the 5. And rolling into the end zone is Courtney Reese. There's that wheel route there on the teal. Touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold.
We called it earlier in the drive. They set it up perfectly by going to the left side. The receiver up top got mugged. I was looking for a holding call, but number 6 caught that thing in the flats, put it in for the touchdown, and the Wildcats on the board.
You know what I love about that play is Cam Ransom stayed poised because there was a man coming from the backside unblocked because the tight end went out in formation instead of blocking, and he stayed poised, didn't panic, threw that ball right on the money, and wide open at the 5-yard line was Courtney Reese, and all he had to do was stroll into the end zone. On for the extra point, Cade Hector up, and is good. And with 10 minutes and 27 seconds left to go in this first quarter, a great first drive by the Wildcats. They took almost 5 minutes off the clock. They go 85 yards and put 7 points on the board. 7-0 Bethune-Cookman. Clark Atlanta gets the ball next when we come back. This is BCU Athletics on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Welcome back to Daytona Stadium, where I think for the first time all year, Dale and Teal, we have smiles on our faces up here in the booth because the offense just drove that ball 85 yards and punched in a touchdown. It's 7-0 Bethune-Cookman with 10:27 to go in the opening quarter. But let's not get it too excited just yet, because we're about to hand the ball off to David Wright and his ridiculously talented offense.
Yeah, we're going to see the air raid offense here this afternoon, and it's going to prepare us for what we're going to see also in the SWAC. So this is a great tune-up for the Cats.
Clark Atlanta sends Virgil Young back deep to receive the kickoff from Cade Hector. He's got the ball spotted at the 35-yard line. Wildcats kicking left to right here as Hector puts the ball into play. It's a squib kick up the middle of the field, fielded at the 25-yard line, and down right there. That's a great kick.
Absolutely a great kick. No momentum on the offensive side, and you set up shorter than you would if the ball would have went in the end zone.
All right, 10:27 to go. And Clark Atlanta will set up from their own 25-yard line.
Yeah, we've heard so much about this kid, David Wright III. We've heard a lot about him, one of the best quarterbacks in HBCU.
So Wright will be
in the shotgun.
In the gun. Two backs, both Trayvon Pinder and Elijah Crockett to his right and left. Two receivers to the right, single left, ball on the right hash. Now he sends one of the backs, Harris, out in motion. They actually started Armon Harris in the backfield. Trayvon Pinder now the lone feature back on the right-hand side of the quarterback. Right, quick pass underneath, caught at the 20-yard line, or sorry, the 30-yard line, at a 5-yard gain. That little quick hitter to Delancey Tolliver.
That's what you're going to see, the nickel and dime, the quick screens and the quick slants. I love this kind of offense when I played as a wide receiver because you get to hit in those seams and get those quick passes.
2nd and 5 from the 30. Wildcats, so 4-man front with 2 linebackers. They bring them both. They're going to screen the ball to the left-hand side to Ronnie West, and he's going to be knocked down at the 33-yard line. So 3rd down and 2. Ray Woody III came up and made the tackle.
Hard. He came up hard like he was trying to lay some leather.
I want to watch the Wildcats defensively here. Are we sagging off the receivers, or are we playing press coverage? All right.
We're pressing.
3rd and 2 for Clark Atlanta from their own 33 going right to left. 4-man front for the Wildcats. 2 linebackers. 1 man in motion left to right. That's Harris. Snap. Throw. Quick left-hand side. It's a screen, but a flag is called.
Delay. Legal procedure.
Yeah. Did they? I think they had Harris moving forward at the snap.
Yeah. That motion guy just did a quick slant out. He was open for the 1st down. Whoever's covering the motion man is going to have to attack the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Because that guy had yardage.
So it was Harris who was crossing from left to right, and at the snap he was moving towards the line, which is a false start.
Right. He was trying to get that little quick square out, man, and was going to come behind the block of the receiver.
And this whole offense, led by offensive coordinator Marvin Cunningham and Teddy Keaton, the head coach, is all about those quick passes. That's going to be very hard for me to call the plays because by the time the ball is snapped, it's already out of the quarterback's hands. Maybe 1.5 seconds from the time the quarterback gets the ball to the time he throws it.
Almost like South Florida.
Now they bring a man in motion again. That's Delancey Tolliver. Here's the snap rolling. Right is right. He's got to scramble in the pocket. Pressure coming from the backside. He gets hit as he throws. The ball is in the air and incomplete down the right-hand side.
Put pressure on him that time. You got the big guy up the middle, Dubula, and Adrian Hall was chasing him down, made him throw that thing out of bounds. Cats defense looked good in the offense.
And you know who is also there? Oren Patu.
Oh, Patu is always around the football.
He's been big this season. He's probably been our best player in the middle, especially with Pastor and Thomas hurt. And now Clark Atlanta, instead of going for it on 4th down early, will try to punt this one away. They're punting from their own 15-yard line, and Leonardo Cabrera, who is both the kicker and the punter on this team, stands at his own 15. The snap is over his head. He's going to fall on it at the 8-yard line, and the Wildcats will have a short field.
The Cats had a blitz on. Actually, they had the punt block on, and the center hurried the football, and it went high, and he just fell on it.
Guess who?
At about the 8-yard line.
And guess who downed the punter? Oren Patu.
Patu.
2 straight plays in a row.
Patu.
He's making the moves for the Cats, and they'll be set up at the 7-yard line of Clark Atlanta as here comes the Wildcat offense again. Wildcats will start with Ransom in the gun. Courtney Reese sidecar left, 2 receivers left, none to the right, but both tight ends are set up on the right-hand side as well. Marcus Velez in there almost as a fullback on that right-hand side. They're going to run the ball to the left-hand side. Reese trying to get around the edge. He gets back to the line of scrimmage, not a whole lot more. Covered up by Marquis Sherman, the defensive tackle for Clark Atlanta.
Yeah, 2nd and goal at the 12.
Curtis Wayne Curtis Wayne was also there.
Might want to see Cam keep this thing and go left this time.
Yep. 2nd and goal from the 6. They got 1 yard that time. Snap to Cam. He's going to keep it. Run around the right-hand side. Try to spurt through. He bounces off a tackler. Stretches for the goal line. And he's in. Touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold.
I called it that time because I saw the last play when Cam handed it off to Courtney. He was wide open going on the fake. One thing about Cam Ransom, he's going to always carry out his fakes. This time he kept the football. Like I said, he's a load to bring down. He ran over 3 guys into the end zone.
That's why you put a 6'3", 220-pound man at quarterback, because he'll just go to run over people. And I thought he was going to be down at about the 3-yard line. He just kept those feet churning, and then as he was going down, stretched that ball with his long arms over the plane of the goal. Cade Hector, extra point up and good. And it's 14-0 Bethune-Cookman. 8:19 to go in the first half. We'll keep it right here so we can get through some of our reads, including Sergio's Pizza Kitchen, which is a proud supporter of Bethune-Cookman football. You can take the pizza out of New York, but you can't take the New York out of the pizza. Stop by Sergio's and experience the flavors for yourself. Our recipe for success is simple: a generous dose of love paired with the freshest, highest quality ingredients. This combination is what makes each dish truly exceptional. Our approach includes a blend of traditional recipes from the old country with a modern flair that creates our wide variety of great tasting dishes, which range from gourmet pizzas, soups, and entrees. Come visit us in the public shopping center on Bevel and Clyde Morris, or visit our website and order online with Slice and Uber Eats. Bring your college ID and get 10% off your orders. Go Wildcats! That's Sergio's Pizza Kitchen. And we also have to thank Sergio's Pizza Kitchen for catering our office and press box staff for these home football games as well. Football is back at the beach. You can get your tickets now at the BCU box office and Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss your chance to see the Cats in action as they take on Alabama State in the SWAC opener next Saturday, September 28th at 3 p.m. Call the ticket office today at 386-481-2465. That's 386-481-2465, or visit Ticketmaster.com. And well, who wouldn't want to be here for an offense that's looking like this? 14-0, and Clark Atlanta's look very nervy out of the gate.
Well, I want to remind you, the very first ball game they played was Fort Valley, and they fell behind 14-0, and they scored 35 unanswered points to win that football game. So they're not out of it. They can pass the football. They're averaging 30-something points a game. But I think right now the Wildcats need to continue to pound them and put points on the board to break that wheel.
Yeah.
You know, they came in. Some of their fans were in the tailgate saying, "Oh, we're coming in sky high. We're gonna beat Bethune-Cookman." I say, "Look, this is not the SIAC. We're a SWAC team, so it's not gonna be that easy. Don't look at our record."
Cade Hector gets set to kick this ball off as the ball falls off the tee.
Got a good little breeze blowing. I can see the flags on top of the goalpost.
Yeah, it's blowing right to left across your radio dial through the stadium.
The radios still have dials?
Not anymore, but I say that just to sound like an old timer.
Yeah, I know. They used to have a dial. Used to click, 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 click.
So, as Cade Hector gets set to kick this one off, and the ball falls off the tee again, so somebody's going to have to go over there and hold it. It's going to be Amari Jones, the tight end.
So, like, we're going to have the win at our back the second and the fourth quarter then.
Yeah, so you mentioned that Clark Atlanta scores 33 points a game. They also give up 30.7 points per game. All three of their games have been close. A 45-42 win at Fort Valley, a 26-22 win against Allen, and then a 28-28 tie against Florida Memorial because of weather. As Cade Hector finally squibs this one up the middle of the field. It's going to bounce at the 20-yard line, be bobbled, and now picked up by the return man, who's only going to get to the 27. Great job on punt or kickoff coverage, I should say, by the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. As coming out of that pile dancing is Caleb Blake, first man to the tackle.
I want to see the Cats play with a lead, see how the kids play with a little momentum, see them, celebrating and being jacked up coming off the field. I've been wanting to see that all season. Defense got to play tough right here.
Yeah, and now that you know that quick passing game for Clark Atlanta, you can try and key in a little bit more. Now, our goal is for the corners and safeties to have David Wright hold the ball for more than 2 seconds so the defensive line can get through. We've got one of the best front sevens in the SWAC. We're second in the conference in sacks through 3 games.
And we're pressing down low down here.
All right, 1st and 10 for Clark Atlanta from the 28-yard line of their own, going right to left in the black helmets, white jerseys, and black pants. It's going to be a handoff for the first time today, running left-hand side. Trayvon Pinder, he's going to be forced all the way out of bounds. No gain on the play. Chasing him out of bounds for the Wildcats was Antoine Watts.
Yeah, Watts, a strong safety, came up strong that time. We've been complaining about the tackling. They're tackling hard this afternoon.
Yep. So 2nd and 10 after the no-yard run off the right-hand side. They haven't rushed all that often, only averaging 85 rushing yards, only averaging 77 rushing yards per game. Because, air raid offense, you're not going to run the ball that much.
And they're coming up pressing again.
Yeah, their leading rusher, Elijah Crockett, only has 120 yards on the game. Wildcats showing all sorts of pressure. They do bring the 2 edge rushers. Wright has to step up in the pocket. He's going to roll, throw across the middle, and it's caught in tight coverage near the first down marker by Delancey Tolliver. He had Raymond Woody III draped all over him, but still made the catch at around his face mask. He hauled that in as he was being pushed out of bounds. It's a 9-yard gain, 3rd down and 1 now at the 37-yard line.
Good pressure that time. They flushed him up the middle. He scrambled out of it and found an open receiver.
But we need to keep doing that. We need to keep flushing him and making him throw on the run. 3rd and 1. I formation now with Pinder in the backfield. They'll fake the handoff, and David Wright gets crushed. He faked the handoff and got laid asunder by Kevin Washington Jr.
Hello, Mr. Washington. Lifted him off the ground and laid him down softly.
That looked like more like WWE than college football. And it's 4th down and 6 after a loss of 5.
My goodness.
Wow.
Somebody woke up the Wildcats.
Guess what the biggest question for the Wildcats was coming into the game?
Linebacker.
Middle linebacker. And guess what? There's Kevin Washington Jr. really only starting because of the injuries to Trey Pastor and Dearest Thomas, making a big play to deny a 3rd down conversion.
I was eating fish with Trey Pastor, too, in the tailgate this morning.
Yeah, we shouldn't see either of them until conference play at least. So the first time Leonardo Cabrera tried to punt, the snap went over his head. He's back at the 15-yard line again.
Delay of game.
And now a delay of game is going to push them back a little bit further unless Clark Atlanta wants to take a timeout. Nope, they'll back it up. Cabrera, a freshman, 5'10", 241 from Forest Park, Georgia, and Forest Park High School, played goalkeeper on the soccer team. He both kicks and punts for this Clark Atlanta team.
Let's see what kind of foot he has right here as a punter.
He's backed up all the way at his own 10-yard line. The Wildcats look like they're going to bring pressure, and here they come. Cabrera does get the punt away. It's a wobbler. It's going to bounce at midfield and roll to the 40, to the 45. It's going to roll all the way past the 30.
Bounce.
That's a great roll, considering in the air that ball only went about 40 yards.
Got a 20-yard roll.
So the Wildcats, when we come back, will have the ball at their own 27-yard line. Up 14-0 here on Clark Atlanta with 5:36 to go in the first quarter. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on CatEye Network Radio and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, it's the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 14, the Clark Atlanta Panthers nothing with 5:36 to go in the first quarter. Wildcats will have their third offensive possession. They've scored a touchdown on each of their first two. They'll start at their own 27-yard line. And a nice note here by former SID Earl Kitchings. In 1995, head coach Raymond Woody, who was promoted for All-American and All-MEAC here at Bethune-Cookman, along with Academic All-American, under the slogan of Bringing the Wood. He was also recognized as the Burger King Student Athlete of the Week, which provided BCU with a $25,000 donation back in 1995. That's Raymond Woody, who made his name as a rampaging Wildcat linebacker back in those days, now leading the football team as the Wildcats are out on offense, going left to right in this first quarter from their own 27. 3 right, single left. Back to pass. Quick hitter over the middle to the tight end, Velez. He reaches out and makes the catch at the 30-yard line. Only a 4-yard gain, but still a good catch for Velez.
He's been a favorite target earlier here in the season. He has great hands.
Wildcats will go fast from the 31-yard line. Hand the ball off to Darnell D. He's trying to bounce it outside. He's going to be chased down from behind by Jaden Cleveland on the defensive side for Clark Atlanta. Curtis Wayne also there. Yep. And it's going to be a gain of just 1 to the 30-yard line, so they're going to be 3rd down and 7.
We're going to have to go to the sticks this time with it to pick up the first down.
Yeah.
He tried to bounce that thing up the middle and try to go outside, but they stuffed him.
Whenever the Wildcats have had these long developing rush plays, it hasn't really gone their way. 3rd and 7. Ransom claps his hands, no snap. They look to the sideline to change the play. They've got one receiver, that's Malik Huggins, spread out to the left-hand side. One spread all the way out to the right-hand side, both of those on the numbers. And they've got Velez almost as a slot receiver on the right-hand side. Snap to Cam. He's got time. He's going to throw it down the left-hand sideline and in stride. Malik Huggins makes the catch. He's going to go all the way. 15-10-5. Touchdown Bethune-Cookman. Touchdown Maroon and Gold. A 70-yard touchdown pass from Cam Ransom to Malik Huggins.
You know, we saw Cam throw the ball like that a couple of weeks ago, and he was overthrowing his receivers. And then we saw them drop the passes. This time, in the breadbasket, 70 yards for the touchdown.
He saw that one-on-one matchup on the outside, and Malik Huggins just dominated. Got a 2-3 steps on his defender by the time he caught that ball, and there was nobody going to catch him. He was one of the fastest guys at Gardner-Webb. He runs a 4.44 40-yard dash.
Guess what his nickname is? Fofo. They call him Fofo on the team.
And the Wildcats already up 20-0, now make it 21-0 as Cade Hector pops through the extra point. And I want to talk through that play, right, Daryl, because it's 3rd down and 7. Clark Atlanta blitzes the middle linebacker, leaving a one-on-one coverage with Malik Huggins and the corner out there. I believe it was Dalil Watkins. I didn't see it in time, but that's who's been covering him all game. And Huggins just burns it. One-on-one, quick jab step, and go down the left-hand sideline. And great composure by Ransom as well, because he was getting pressure for the backside because the pocket broke down a little bit. He stood in there, kept his composure, deep strike, right on the money.
You said the word 3 times, composure, and that's what he's shown. The last 2 ball games, he even showed composure last week. But this afternoon, the confidence, seeing that it's man-to-man, also knowing that you got the wheel route even behind that, he just laid it out there in stride.
And we talked about him, 4.40. Fofo.
Fofo. They call him Fofo.
I've been waiting for this guy to break out all season long. A highly touted transfer from Gardner-Webb, former high school quarterback, Malik Huggins at Southeast High School in Bradenton. Over 1,000 passing yards and 500 rushing yards as a senior. I mean, he's one of those guys, can play all over the field. You saw his throwing acumen on that double pass last week that should have been caught for a touchdown. Darnell Dees had it on the breadbasket and just dropped it.
Dees should have had 3 TDs last week. He probably would have been up for the Heisman this week.
Yeah, it's funny. We always talk about, like, what if. And you kind of have to going through a schedule like we have, South Florida, Mercer, Western Michigan. But the big what if last week is if both of our failed touchdowns, the penalty and the drop catch by Dees, are converted, that's a 2-score game.
59, it'll be 59-41.
Yeah. No, because we had 31. So
we had 31. You add 14 more points to that?
Points, yeah. That's a 2-score game coming down to the end of the game. And we have a completely different conversation about what's going on.
I think I talked with you guys about what I saw on the sideline, and I'm going to reiterate again. Cam Ransom walked up and down that sideline talking to the offense and the defense, rallying those kids. Those kids love him. Last year, he played on the scout team, and he was one of the leaders then. Even though he's not a captain, he is a leader, and there's a fire about him that the kids really rally and play with him well.
And he's only a redshirt junior.
Oh, he got a couple more years, that guy.
Because of the transfer things.
Yeah, he transferred from Georgia Southern to McNeese State.
And now here.
From McNeese State here.
And Cade Hector is still having problems keeping the ball on the tee as the Wildcats get set up to kick this one off.
As long as we keep having to kick off, I have no problem with it.
Yeah, and since we're kicking into a pretty strong breeze, we're probably going to keep squibbing it. Yeah. Actually, nobody's going to hold it this time. And the ball fell off the tee again.
He's asking somebody to come hold it, the official is.
Yeah.
But what that does, that messes up your
Garrett Thompson is going to go in and hold.
But if he steps over that line and holds it, he has to come back on this side of that line. It could be offside.
Yeah. You got to be careful. Cade Hector getting ready to kick this off.
Move.
We've squibbed it every time. I don't see a reason why we won't squib it again. We do. Hector. That's a laser beam of a squib. It almost bounces over the returner's head to the 20. 25-30, bounces outside 35-40, and finally driven out of bounds. Lost the football, but the ball went out of bounds.
They laying some wood out there. That time, he was able to pick it up off the bounce, and they had a little seam on the right side of the sideline.
Yep.
And he got a good return. They're going to mark him out at about the 40-yard line.
Oh, 44-yard line.
Okay.
That was Virgil Young, the graduate student transfer from Lane College, had a punt return touchdown against Florida Memorial last week and was a return specialist for 3 seasons for the Dragons of Lane College. Clark Atlanta back on offense now. Haven't had a first down yet.
Let's hope the defense continues to put pressure on the quarterback and get some schemes in there to get the quarterback kind of rattled. 1st and 10. They officially spot the ball at the Bethune-Cookman 43-yard line. Best field position for Clark Atlanta so far in the game. 4:18 to go. First quarter, Wildcats up 21-0. One man in motion, right to left, snap to right, pressure in his face, going to go deep down the left-hand side, and one-on-one coverage, and a diving catch is made at the 20-yard line by Ronnie West, who was being pulled by Johnny Harris, and he still made the catch. Yeah, Johnny Harris had to pull him because he had a step on him, and Harris actually slowed him down so he could catch the football. Big passes. That ball was overthrown, and Harris pulled him. He actually caught it. Big passes beget big passes. You're going to see that this afternoon. You're going to see him throw that football like that. 37-yard completion. Shovel pass, right-hand side, around the edge. Elijah Crockett going to be wrestled down near the 20-yard line. Pick up of about 2. Yeah, I got to the 19, so it'll be a pickup of 2. So that'll be 2nd down and 9. Actually, they spot him only a gain of 1. They're not going away. These guys will not go away. They're not going to, especially it's only the first quarter. Now we get a little bit of a break from that up-tempo offense of Clark Atlanta. They've got 2nd down and 9 from the 19 of Bethune-Cookman. This is the first time they're in BCU territory in this game after a 37-yard completion from David Wright to Ronnie West down the left-hand sideline. Snap to right, to the right-hand side underneath. Pass caught by Jamal Jones. He's pushing towards the first down marker. He probably got there at the 10-yard line. And they're going back to that quick-hitting passing that the Panthers love oh so much. They did not get the first down, so it's 3rd down and 1 at the 11. They need the 10 for the first down. They're playing too far off. This is the 3rd time that the Panthers have had 3rd and 1. The first 2 times, the Wildcats have stopped him with 2 sacks. You got to come up man on him, up top. Come on up. The back is Elijah Crockett. 3 left, single right, ball right hash with David Wright in the gun. The Wildcats bring the blitz. Wright gets the pass away on the wheel route, far sideline. Touchdown in the far corner of the end zone. Through the fade route that time behind the receiver, you almost want like a back shoulder pass in the end zone. He had great coverage, but he just didn't turn around and see the football. So it's 21-6. We knew the Panthers weren't going to go away. They play fast. They score a lot of points. And now it's 21-6. We're still trying to figure out who caught that pass. It was far side of the field. And again, the Wildcats had great coverage defensively. Just a ridiculous catch. Looked like Ronnie West, number 2. Was it West? Yep. They overloaded that right-hand side by bringing the running back that way as well. And it all started with a great kickoff return. gave them great
So
field
that
position.
was the drive of Ronnie West. He had the big catch for 37 yards down the left-hand sideline to set them up in the red zone, and then he had the touchdown catch near right side. And the Wildcats brought the blitz that time too. If David Wright, doesn't get that ball out exactly when he did, he's sacked. So now Leonardo Cabrera comes on to attempt the extra point. And the kick is good. So with 2:24 to go in the first quarter, it's Bethune-Cookman 21, Clark Atlanta 7. And, well, I said in the comments of the Hail Wildcats Gridiron Show on Thursday night, bring your umbrellas today. It's going to be raining points.
Oh,
and it 100% is, even in this first quarter.
I've been saying it's going to be like a pinball game. It's going to be like a video game here. Cats need to answer right here. We can't get into that lull and go 3 and out right here because they have momentum. We need to get some more points on the board right here.
We do have an addendum on that touchdown pass. It was not Ronnie West. It was David Martin on the touchdown catch, the junior from Detroit, Michigan. His entire college career has been spent at Clark Atlanta. So now for the first time today, the Panthers are going to kick off after scoring some points. 2:24 to go in the first quarter. Feels like we've been here forever. It's only the first quarter.
Yeah, it's been a long first quarter. A lot of scoring. 28 points here in the first quarter. 2 minutes to go. You got two passing teams.
40-minute first quarter.
Wow. let's hope they kick it to D's right here.
Darnell Dees is deep in the middle of the end zone. Cabrera addresses the ball with his right foot. It is going to go deep. It's going to be Dees from the 5-yard line. Here he comes. Up to the 10, 20, 25, and down near the 25-yard line. I think he might have been short of the 25 as well. Tried to run right through the teeth of that defense. And Cameron Foreman made the tackle for Clark Atlanta.
Very critical that we get a drive and kill some clock and kill some of the momentum from the Panthers.
Yeah. As fun as that long touchdown pass was from Ransom, it was only a minute drive last time. So I think we got to do what we did against Western Michigan, try to establish the run, get that triple option-esque offense going where the quarterback can keep it, he can pitch it, or he can pass it, and try and just drain some of this time off the clock. Because every time Clark Atlanta gets the ball, they're a threat to score. Bethune-Cookman up 21-7, 2:18 to go first quarter. They've got the ball at their own 23-yard line left to right. Pop pass to Javon Ross trying to turn the corner. He gets a block and a flag comes out as Ross gets to the 32-yard line. 2 flags come out, actually, and Coach Woody's arms are up in the air. And this is something that the Wildcats have desperately needed to improve on this season, is the penalties.
You don't want to see the holding call that's going to take us back behind the sticks, and with the touchdown by the Panthers, they got the momentum. It's going to be hard for us to get out of this, field position.
I think there were 2 holds on that play. So holding on Amari Stewart and holding on Corey Turner.
Okay. So it's going to be 1st and 20. Still 2:11 to go in the first quarter.
Back us up to the 13. Well, we have been behind the sticks after a messed up jet sweep on our first drive, and we were able to get out of it.
That jet sweep hasn't worked all year because of holding. We need to try something else with that jet sweep.
Yep. 1st and 20. Handoff, Courtney Reese cuts it back, and he's still on his feet trying to get a block. Cam Ransom does block for him. He gets back to the original line of scrimmage at the 23-yard line, a 10-yard pickup. After that play looked dead in the backfield. Courtney Reese with a little bit of ingenuity to get away there.
Yeah, he tried to hit up in there and got hit and bounced back into the backfield. Cam got in front of him. Picked up about 4 yards.
No, they got 9.
9.
Yeah,
9
so
yards.
it's now 2nd and 11 from the 22. Fake the handoff, Cam back to pass. He's going to look deep now. He's going to scramble up to the 20. In a crowd of defenders, he gets hit hard at the 25-yard line. Spot the ball at the 27. Now, if you're a coach, every time your quarterback gets hit like that, you just kind of cringe a little bit.
Cam's kind of different kind of guy, though. He's built different than a couple other guys.
Yeah,
this is a huge play here.
You don't want to start losing quarterbacks like you did last year. 3rd down and 7 for the Wildcats from the 26, going left to right. 3 right, single left. Ransom back to pass. Bubble screen to Javon Ross. He's got a block to the 30. He breaks free 35 and is dragged down by his ankles at the 40-yard line. There's Bun Bun.
This is the kid we've been talking about, Bun Bun, from DeLand High School. Mr. Offense, Mr. Special Teams, Mr. Touchdown himself. We want to see him get loose.
He almost had one right there, if not for the heroics of Curtis Wayne, who had him by his ankles. Now at the 40-yard line. So the Wildcats convert
timeout
on. Who took the timeout?
I don't know. It's 30 seconds. What? It's 30 seconds left in the half, and it's a timeout.
Yeah. 38 seconds left to go in the first quarter. And the Wildcats take a timeout. But yeah, I mean, Javon Ross is somebody that we have wanted to see break out all season. Only had 1 reception and 2 targets coming into this game, as the Wildcats didn't throw the ball much in the first 3 games. But that little bubble screen, get him a blocker, and let's see what he can do. He made a nice jump cut in the middle of the field. And I also want to shout out Malik Huggins, who made a great block in front of him on that play.
Yeah, Bonbon is a kid that we're all excited about. You know him from DeLand. We all saw what he did. He was a Central Florida Player of the Year, Iron Man of the Year. We've all been waiting for the true freshman to get loose.
I remember I called a game between DeLand and Daytona a couple years ago. He was a junior. He went off for 4 touchdowns in that game, 2 rushing, 2 receiving. And he also played quarterback.
Right now, we got him in the slot.
All right, 1st and 10 for the Wildcats after they pick it up on 3rd and 7. They're at their own 40-yard line, going left to right. Ransom with Reese sidecar left. He's going to hand the ball off to him weak side, gets a block, up to the 45, still on his feet, and tripped up at the 46-yard line.
Good-looking play. Good-looking play right there.
Coming in to make the tackle was Caleb Pierce, along with Artavon Edmond there for Clark Atlanta. Gain of 6 up to the 46. Now the ball on the right hash. 2 receivers each side. Alone in the gun is Ransom. He's going to run to the left-hand side. He's going to bounce it outside. He's going to throw down the field. And wide open down the field is Marcus Velez. And he's going to walk all the way in.
See, Cam rolled that thing to the outside, and the linebacker came up thinking he was going to run, and the defender left his man trying to make the tackle. Touchdown, Wildcats.
I'm trying to see if that's Velez or Kevin Deacus.
That's Deacus.
It's Kevin Deacus. Wow. No, it's Kobe Stewart. My apologies.
Kobe Stewart? Yeah,
it's
number
80, not 88.
80. These numbers are hard to see.
I saw 88.
Kobe's a 6'3", 195 pound. Kobe's a 6'3", 195 pound out of Atlanta, Georgia, Northwestern High School.
Wow.
That's for Clark.
So I didn't call that play very well, so let's set the stage for you. Cam, from an empty set, rolled left. I thought he was going to take off, but at the last minute before he crossed the line of scrimmage, saw Omari Stewart in about an acre of space on the left-hand side, just flipped it to him. Nobody there in a white jersey, and it's a 60-yard touchdown for the Bethune-Cookman.
We saw in the Mercer game when Cam scrambled, none of the receivers broke off their route. They continued to run their routes. That time, Stewart broke off his route, went upfield. He was wide open. He had an acre to go, like you said, for the touchdown.
And with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter, by the way, first quarter, it's 28-7 Bethune-Cookman. And this is the second game in a row where Clark Atlanta has given up 28 points in a quarter. They gave up 28 to Florida Memorial in the second quarter last week.
I still say this is going to be a ball game. They can score just like that. So we got to continue to put the pressure on.
But this is the first time really since late in the game against Alabama A&M last year where the Bethune-Cookman offense has kind of exercised their will on a defense a little bit. As Cade Hector kicks it off left to right. This time he puts it in the air. Short corner left-hand side field at the 20-yard line. And falling down is Delancey Tolliver at the 22. And that's where Clark Atlanta will have it. 4 seconds left to go in the first quarter. We've almost crossed the hour mark here in quarter number 1.
Well, you got television, you got passing, and you got quick scoring. And then after each score, there's a commercial. Hey.
So After this first quarter, which we should be having the last play of the first quarter right now, I'm going to run you through every drive in this first quarter after we get back from the quarter break, because it's been wild.
You know, Kobe Stewart's a transfer from Northwestern State. Good-looking kid, man. Good size on him, too.
The
6'3".
Northwestern State Demons.
Yeah.
It's been tough for them the last couple of years. But big ups to Northwestern State. Hope they can turn it around. 1st and 10 from the 23, right back to pass. Pocket collapsing, he escapes up the middle. He breaks an arm tackle to the 20 and is wrestled down by Raymond Woody III at the 24-yard line, gain of 2.
That's what you want to see. You want to see him flushed up the middle and let those linebackers cream him up a little bit, and you're going to rough him up under the pile.
And finally, we have the end of the first quarter. It's the Clark Atlanta Panthers 7, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 28. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network Radio and 1380 WELE. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Daytona Stadium. It's the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats 28, the Clark Atlanta Panthers 7, as we get ready to start the second quarter. And as I promised you, let's get you your drive summary from the first quarter. Bethune-Cookman started the game on their own 25-yard line, went 10 plays and 75 yards, and scored a touchdown. Then Clark Atlanta went 4 plays, negative 18 yards, and was set up to punt. The punt went over the back of the punter's head and was down at the Clark Atlanta 8-yard line. Then 2 plays later, Cam Ransom rumbled in for a touchdown to give the Wildcats a 14-0 lead. Then Clark Atlanta from their own 25 went 3 plays, got 0 yards, and punted the ball away. Bethune-Cookman from their own 27 yards, 3 plays, 73 yards, ending in a Cam Ransom long touchdown pass to Malik Huggins. Then Clark Atlanta got on the board, a 4-play, 57-yard drive, highlighted by a long pass from David Wright to Ronnie West, and a touchdown catch by David Martin got on the board. Then, not to be outdone, the Wildcats came back, and with 2:18 to go in the first half, went 6 plays, 77 yards, and a 60-yard touchdown pass from Cam Ransom to Omari Stewart.
Here's a stat for you right here.
Yep.
Cam Ransom is 10 for 10, 220 yards and 3 touchdowns.
He only came into the game with 338 yards passing on the season. He might pass that the first half.
10 for 10, man. 220 yards, 3 touchdowns, longest pass, 70 yards.
That was the touchdown to Stewart. We get ready to start the second quarter. It's Clark Atlanta ball in the black helmets, white jerseys, and black pants. They'll go left to right. They start 2nd down and 7 at their own 24-yard line. David Wright in the gun alone, 4 receivers to the right, single left, ball left hash. Wildcats with 4 down linemen. Now here's the snap. Wright under pressure throws it over the middle low, and a pass is caught at the 30-yard line by David Martin, who came back for the ball.
Possession receiver right there, ran a curl route in between the linebackers, You know, settled right there. He threw a low pass, 3rd and short.
And now it's 3rd down and 3 from the 30-yard line.
You want to put some heat on him right here. They got 4 receivers to this side.
Yeah, they're keeping that same formation with the ball on the left hash mark. Wildcats crowd gets rowdy here. Here's the snap. Right, under pressure, steps up and runs. He's got a lane, but he's going to throw the ball over the middle, and it's dropped. Virgil Young had a first down and a whole lot more, and I think his mind was in the end zone before his hands made the catch, and it just bounced off his gloves into the to the turf.
It's 4th down.
It's now 4th down and 3 from the 30.
Oh, no.
And are they going to keep the offense on
No,
the
they
field?
said it was 3rd down. The chains were wrong.
Oh.
It's 4th down now.
It's 4th, though, so the near side chain has 4th down. The far side chain now has flipped to 4th down because it was 1st down before the end of the first quarter. So it's 4th down and 3, and the offense is on the field at Clark Atlanta's own 30-yard line.
They run that same play. They had a guy wide open at the middle.
Yep, and he dropped the ball.
Hold on, they're going to call a timeout right here to see what the what down exactly it is.
It's got to be 4th down because
Yeah.
it was a 2-yard catch on 1st down, right? Then the comebacker on 2nd down, and then the incompletion on 3rd down. So it's got to be 4th down. And with his arms wide, spread wide, head coach Teddy Keaton wants to know what's going on.
You got to cover this because all you need is 3 yards here.
All right.
Quick pass.
3rd and 3 from their own 30. That's right, 4th and 3. And we jumped off sides. Free play, right, scrambling at the 30. Oh, no. Are they going to call a false start? They are.
They did call a false start.
Wow. We got away with one there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Dallas Corbett got away with one, and he's coming off the field and getting an earful from Coach Woody.
No, he can't because he was drawn offside. He was drawn offside by the tackle. The tackle made a move.
I don't think Coach Woody cares that much, honestly.
Now they got to punt the football.
Yeah, and here comes the punting team. So the Wildcats escape another Clark Atlanta 3rd and short.
I'll take it.
Yeah, but I didn't see the offensive guy move. All I saw was Corbett move.
Maybe we didn't see what Corbett saw.
Yeah.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
the
referees made the call, and who are we to argue with them? Except when it said an eligible land downfield last week. I'm still roughed up about that.
Hey, after this play, let me tell you about what happened with that.
All right, Malik Huggins is back to receive the punt for the Wildcats. He stands at his own 35-yard line. Punting from the 10 is Leonardo Cabrera. He gets the ball away. It's a high spiral. Moving to his left is Huggins. He's going to bring it up. 45 midfield, right through the middle of the field. And he's going to be knifed down in Clark Atlanta territory at the 43-yard line. Great return by Huggins.
You know, last week before the ball game, the officials were on the sideline, and there was a female official who was the side judge. And I went over and introduced myself to her. I said, look, I'm not a coach, even though I'm almost wearing what they're wearing. I'm going to be moving up and down the sideline because I'm doing radio. I was standing right next to her when she threw that flag. And I gave her a look, and all she did was smile and say, national television. She says national television, so like she was telling me,
boy.
You got to call it.
Bethune-Cookman from Clark Atlanta territory, 1st and 10 at the Panther 44. Snap is bobbled by Cam Ransom. He's going to fall on it. Loss of 3. Wow.
We don't
and
need that.
Cam Ransom just patted his chest and said, my fault.
Yep.
He wasn't ready for the snap, and the snap went right off his chest protector.
Okay. And look what he's doing. He's waving it off. Don't worry about it. It's on me. Let's go. That's what I love about this kid.
All right,
He's a great
so
leader.
now after the loss of 3, it is 2nd down and 13 from the 47-yard line now. Wildcats going right to left. This is the 2nd time they're starting a drive in Panther territory. The last time they went 2 plays and a Cam Ransom rushing touchdown. Here's the snap to Ransom. He's going to fake the handoff, back to pass, all day to throw. He's just going to throw the screen to the right-hand side to Omari Stewart. He's going to be bumped out of bounds hard, and his helmet comes flying off at the 40-yard line. Whoa.
Yeah, that was a hit that time by the defensive back. He laid the leather over there. He's going to come off the field. He's going to stay on.
He's got to come off the field. His helmet came off. That was a big pop.
It's 3rd and 8.
Now 3rd down, I believe, no, it's 3rd and 7.
3rd and 7.
They spotted him at the 41.
Are we in Hector range with this win?
I don't think so. Maybe if we get 5, we might be.
I think we're in 4-down territory.
All right, here we go. Ransom against the 4-man defensive
we
front
moved.
and an false start penalty. 2 flags fly, actually. One from the back judge and one from the side judge. The side judge called the false start. The back judge may have called something else, and they're all coordinating now back behind the play. Wildcats have already backed it up. That's a killer. We talk about penalties, and so uncharacteristic for this team who last year almost led the nation in fewest penalties per game. And it's Malik Huggins who's going to be called, 89, excuse me, Marcus Velez, the tight end, is going to be called for the false start.
So what do you do right here? You go vertical?
I think you got to take something, maybe even just trying to get it a field goal range if you get a 5 or 6 yard completion here. Cam in the gun with Courtney Reese to his left, 2 receivers to each side, ball on the right hash. It is 3rd down and 12 for the Wildcats from the 47-yard line.
On the blitz, screen.
Screen over the middle. They do complete it to the 40, to the 35, down to the 30. It's a 1st down and more for the Wildcats. How about that call?
Great call that time. That looked like number 4. Who's that? Number 2.
Juvensley Bazul. They set up the screen out of the backfield for Bazul.
Yeah, they had the blitz. They had the left side overloaded over the guard, and they blitzed.
And the Wildcats just throw it where the defenders ain't. They blitz both the linebackers. They threw it right over the middle, a little bubble screen. And now the Wildcats have converted on 3rd down again. 3 receivers left, 1 to the right. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at the Panthers 30. Draw for Ransom. 25-20, up the middle, big hole. He's got 1 defender to beat, and he's going to be tripped up at the 6-yard line. Wow.
He saw a seam up the middle of the field, and he's mad at himself that he didn't score. I think he tripped his own self up making a move at the 5-yard line.
Yeah.
1st and goal for the Cats.
But a great play. That was a design quarterback draw.
The offensive line, we got to keep giving them credit because they had a great seam up the middle.
Yeah, great job by Melvin Puckett that time, who got a great block. 1st and goal for the Cats. They'll spot the ball at the Panthers' 7-yard line, attacking the left-hand end zone. Ransom going to look to run. He's going to reverse field back to the right. He's going to be hit and dropped to the 5. Gain of 2. Nowhere to run off that left-hand side.
They were trying to run student body to left, and he decided to go the other way.
Well, he saw the big guy, Artavan Edmond, in the middle and decided, nah, I'm just going to go the other way.
You score right here, you kind of put pressure on their defense. Their defense has been on the field quite a long time on this drive.
I mean, it's kind of a reverse of what's been happening to the Wildcats all year, essentially. Can't get the defense off the field. Now the Wildcats can't get the offense off the field, which is, a good problem to have. 2nd and goal from the 6. Ransom fakes the handoff, rolls to his left, has a man in his face, flips towards the end zone, wide open, but it's incomplete. He underthrew the ball.
Yeah, you run that again, man. He was wide open in the end zone.
That was the tight end, I believe. No, it was.
That's Cam. He's hitting himself on the chest again.
I think that was the offensive lineman.
Tackle eligible?
Tackle eligible, yeah. I think that was Miguel Sahagun, the right guard. And he underthrew it. That would have been a great moment for Sahagun. So now it's 3rd and goal for the Cats from the 6-yard line. Another drop pass in the end zone, by the way. That's the 4th of the year for Bethune-Cookman.
That ball skipped. It skipped in there.
All right. 3rd and goal. Ransom back to pass. Pressure coming. He's hit as he throws, and the ball is intercepted. Oh, no, it's dropped.
Almost intercepted.
Almost intercepted.
Come on, Cade. Let's put this thing through. 4th down.
He just threw that ball to anywhere, and Marcus Sherman almost picked that off.
Are we going for it on 4th down?
No, come on. You're up 28-7 with 10:36 to go in the 2nd quarter. Why are we going for this on 4th and goal from the 6?
Should be kicking a field goal here.
I don't agree with this call.
Maybe going to let the clock run down and kick a field goal.
Or let the clock try and draw them off sides, maybe?
It's 8 seconds on the play clock. I think we're going to kick a field goal.
They're going to call timeout.
We're not even trying to.
Yeah, they're not even lined up. So the Wildcats will take a timeout, and I think after that timeout,
yeah, here he comes.
We'll take a field goal.
He has the wind at his back.
He does, and this is a chip shot. We're at the 6-yard line. So the 2nd timeout called by Bethune-Cookman here in this 1st half. It's 10:36 to go in the 2nd quarter. Wildcats on top of Clark Atlanta 28-7, trying to score their first points of the 2nd half. And we talk about good drives. This drive for the Wildcats started after a great punt return by Malik Huggins all the way near the 40-yard line, and they've just kind of methodically made their way down the field. Cam Ransom's done a good job to pick up yards with his legs. The receivers have done a good job blocking and picking up on short routes. Juju Bazul did a great job on 3rd and long, converting a screen into a first down. And now here's Cade Hector.
We got to block well on this. We don't want a block kick return.
We've already had one block kick on the season. Hector is going to try and put this one through from 24 yards.
Almost like an extra point.
23 yards officially. Hector's kick is good. It was close. He almost missed it left, but it does sneak inside the upright. And with 10:31 to go, it's Bethune-Cookman 31, Clark Atlanta 7, 10:31 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break and be right back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Michael Torello and Daryl Natil back with you at Daytona Stadium after that Cade Hector 23-yard field goal. It's now Bethune-Cookman 31, Clark Atlanta 7 with 10.5 to go in the first half at a very well-attended Saturday afternoon here at Daytona Stadium. The home side is probably 80 to 90% full. Clark Atlanta brought a fair view of people down the East Coast from Atlanta. Cade Hector kicks this one away. It's going to be short fielded at the 15-yard line of the 20, left side, and wrestled down before the 30-yard line. Oh, ball's on the ground. Ball is out, and Clark Atlanta will keep it.
Good-looking crowd for a Saturday afternoon with nothing to do in Daytona Beach. We had a little rain earlier, but now, man, the band's down there crunk, and you're up here doing your thing.
Virgil Young coughed up the ball right when he got hit at the 28-yard line, but got it right back. And so Clark Atlanta will be on offense down 31-7.
Cats got to play great defense right here.
They're at their own 28-yard line, and they've done a decent job so far, but they've started to give up the big play towards the end of that first quarter, especially on the drive where Clark Atlanta scored the touchdown. 1st and 10 for the Panthers from their own 28, going left to right. Right alone in the gun. 3 receivers right, 2 left, 5 wide of the formation. Here's a 4-man rush. Right has time to throw. Heaves it. Far side. Caught at the 40-yard line. Skipping through tacklers and down at the 43 for about a 15-yard gain and a first down.
That's number 2 there. That's
no, that was Jamal Jones.
That's Jamal Jones again?
Yep.
4.
Jamal Jones, the
quick kid.
One of the many transfers from Allen. 16 starters from Allen University last year.
Yeah. From South Carolina to Atlanta.
Yep, and Armwood, an Armwood High School product
he probably
is Jamal Jones.
He probably played with Cam Ransom.
All right, again, we go 5 wide on 1st and 10 from the 43 for Clark Atlanta. Right, flush to his left, moving receivers around. Now he throws over the middle, and it's caught at the Bethune-Cookman 45-yard line. The Wildcats are starting to sag off those receivers again, and David Martin made a nice catch on a curl route.
You know, he flushed him out of the pocket, kind of broke his route off a little bit. Let's continue to put pressure on, try to keep them out of the end zone.
2 straight passes, 2 straight first downs for Clark Atlanta. That's what this team does, their high-tempo passing attack. David Wright back alone in the gun. They're going to keep with this 5-wide formation.
Empty set.
Ball on the right hash of the BCU 45. They bring pressure from the backside. Wright escapes up in the pocket. Now he's going to throw the ball deep down the middle of the field. It's tipped and intercepted. It's picked off at the 20. Right side 30. Now 45. He could go all the way. One man to beat. He's got a caravan all the way back to the line. Only the quarterback to beat. Oh, he fumbled the ball. Watts had the interception. He fumbled the ball. And it's Clark Atlanta football at their own 10-yard line. Our Antoine Watts picked the ball off a deflection at the 10-yard line, ran it all the way back to the Clark Atlanta 10-yard line. The quarterback, David Wright, was the last man back there, caused him to fumble the ball, then fell on it, and it's Clark Atlanta football.
Well, now, I've seen everything in college football now.
What in the world was that play?
Wow.
I don't believe it. First off, great job by Antoine Watts. There was a big deflection in the secondary, and he came away with that football. Nice read on the deflection. But then he had his eyes for the end zone and wasn't focused on holding the ball. Oh, my goodness. It's actually Armon Harris.
Give him an A for effort on that one.
Oh, boy. So it's 1st and 10 for Clark Atlanta from their own 11-yard line. Here's the snap. Wright tries to step up in the pocket. He's being chased. He stacks up to the goal line. He's going to throw far sideline, and it is incomplete. In and out of the hands of Virgil Young. Oh, my goodness.
That's an ESPN play there.
Oh, come on. I thought that Antoine Watts was going to take that one all the way in for a touchdown.
We've seen some everything when the Wildcats on the defensive side. You know, we saw a great pass deflected, picked off, running down the sideline. One man to beat, and that guy strips you and covers the football.
Oh, boy. A 2nd down and 10 for Clark Atlanta. And it also gave Clark Atlanta a fresh set of downs.
Actually, he was blocked and got up off the ground and made the tackle.
So after the intended target, Virgil Young couldn't make the catch on a comeback or far side, we now have 2nd and 10 for Clark from their own 11-yard line. Here's the snap. Wright forced to step up in the pocket. He's bouncing around near his own goal line. He's moving receivers around. He's going to throw the ball far sideline and overthrow a receiver out of bounds. Everybody covered. I want to give big ups to Matthew McKenzie, who was covering the receiver David Martin on that play.
You got to give DeBula and Corbin and Hall a star on that one, too, because they had him flushed out into the end zone.
Forced David Wright to throw that ball away. 2 incompletions now on 2 kind of broken plays. The Wildcat defense stepping up here.
See, when you're in an empty set and you blitz, there's nobody to step up to block the guy who's blitzing. So he got to keep a back in the backfield.
Yeah. But that means all of your DBs have to stay compact to their receivers. You can't let anybody get open. Now it's 3rd and 10 for Clark from their own 11.
Crazy formation again. 3 receivers to one side. You got a back end now.
Yep, and a timeout going to be called by Coach Woody as he wants to prep for this 3rd and 10 coming up for Clark Atlanta. 8:35 to go here in the first half. It's 31-7 Bethune-Cookman over the Clark Atlanta Panthers, and we've seen some craziness in this first half. 2 long touchdown passes by Cameron Ransom. Good to get him off the blocks, by the way. And I also want to add that before today, the Wildcats had not thrown a touchdown pass to a receiver in 5 games, dating back to last year.
Oh, against Alabama A&M.
Alabama A&M.
But you know what? You're going to have an interesting call to go back and listen to after this game on that interception.
I'm not sure I called that one well because I didn't identify Antoine Watts till he'd already fumbled the ball. But, yeah, he picked it off on a deflection. I believe it was Woody III that deflected it.
See, what happened was the guy was blocked and got up off the ground and made the tackle. He was knocked down earlier because he was getting ready to walk into the end zone.
But Antoine Watts, he saw the end zone in his sights, wasn't focused on protecting the football. And then when somebody hit him from behind that he wasn't expecting, he got the ball punched out. So Wildcats have called a timeout. Clark Atlanta has 3rd down and 10 from their own 11-yard line after that crazy play. Clark Atlanta went Throw left side, incomplete, out of bounds. Throw right side, incomplete, out of bounds. David Wright's been scrambling both times as the front seven has done their job.
They're beginning to pin their ears back and come after. Now, I want to see them put a hit on him because he got up slow, like he was beginning to cramp a little bit. And let's continue to pressure these guys, and maybe in the second half they'll whittle a little bit in this Florida heat. Like I said yesterday, I saw them practice about this time yesterday. They were at our complex trying to simulate the heat of the Daytona Beach.
The Wildcats have one sack. That was back in the first quarter. That was when Kevin Washington ripped down David Wright on a quarterback keeper. They faked the handoff, and Wright was in his lap. And that was on third down, so they forced a punt on that play. Do you love Bethune-Cookman University sports? Of course you do. Then don't miss Hail Wildcats Radio, the podcast that takes you behind the scenes of all 15 Wildcat sports programs. Hosted by voice of the Wildcats, Michael Torillo, and featuring the expertise of sports information directors Bryce Wojnarowski and Brian Harvey, Hail Wildcats Radio delivers unparalleled coverage of your favorite teams. Tune into 1380 WELE Daytona Beach every Saturday to catch the show live or listen anytime on your favorite podcast platform. And Nike, the official outfitter of the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats, gear up on the newest BCU Nike gear at Nike.com/Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. 3rd and 10.
Watch the wheel route.
From their own 11-yard line for Clark Atlanta. They've still got 3 receivers right, single left, 1 man in the backfield. That's Trayvon Pinder. It's a snap. Here comes the rush. Right escapes to his left. Throws deep down the field, and it's going to be incomplete, but a flag's going to be flying as the Wildcat defender had an armful of jersey.
That was number 30 for the Cats.
Caleb Blake in at nickel. And, yeah, that's going to be pass interference. So the Wildcats, basically, largest enemy today has been themselves. And an automatic first down, and on 3rd and 10, that's brutal, especially backed up where they would have been punting from their own end zone.
Yeah, we could have had a chance to flip the field.
Let me try and pull you some of those penalty numbers.
At the 21-yard line.
3 penalties for 25 yards for Bethune-Cookman, 3 penalties, 15 yards for Clark Atlanta. But all of the Bethune-Cookman penalties have seemingly come at the worst times. 1st and 10 now at the 21-yard line. They moved it up 10 yards. Bunch set 3 to the right, single left. Rolling right is David Wright. He's being chased. He throws the ball over the middle. It's off the hands of the receiver and incomplete, as coming across the middle was Armon Harris. Again, the Tampa Bay Tech native.
Yeah, see, they're getting him on a rollout now because that pressure is getting to him. So he's rolling to the right side, which is the strength of the offense with the trip receivers.
Yeah, but again, the Wildcats are not really doing a great job covering when the receivers are coming back to the football. And there's some wide open receivers. That was just a poor throw by Wright, or else he would have been open for about a 15-yard gain. 2nd and 10 now for Clark from their own 21. Some personnel changes.
Don't get lulled to sleep, too, by the pass.
Yep.
Because he can hand off right here.
They have only run the ball twice, has Clark Atlanta. 2 receivers to each side. Here's the snap on 2nd and 10. Over the middle, and a diving catch is made wide open near the first down marker. That's David Martin. He was lined up as the running back on the play.
Yeah, a little short wheel route across the middle that time, not to the far side.
And they're going to give him forward progress to the 31, a gain of 11 yards and a first down for Clark Atlanta. 8 minutes exactly and counting to go first half. Clark Atlanta down 31-7 with the ball at their own 31, right? Takes the snap on first down over the middle. That's in stride. The catch made by David Martin, and he's going to go all the way to the 44-yard line, a 13-yard pickup and a first down.
Slant route that time, right in front of the defender, makes the catch.
Yeah, Steven Sparrow was tracking him, but he was on the wrong side.
That was Kevin Washington, the linebacker, number 14, on the tackle.
3 straight plays with a first down for Clark Atlanta. They're moving the ball up near midfield. Now at the 43-yard line of their own, going left to right. Snap to David Wright. He's immediately pressured on the blitz. He's going to throw the screen near side. It's caught midfield and down at the Bethune-Cookman 49-yard line. That's David Martin again.
Yeah, they're getting the passing game kind of unwind right now.
We're not getting the.
They're getting the pressure, but he's rolling it out.
Yeah, we're not getting the defenders to the quarterback fast enough to disrupt their quick passing game. And we're going to have a timeout
Got an injured player
on the field for an injured player.
That's number 15.
Antoine Watts, or 15 for them?
15 for them.
Oh, 15 for them. That's Marcus Anderson down on the field for Clark Atlanta. Make sure you are representing Bethune-Cookman University Athletics to the fullest. Buy the latest BCU gear online at the Bethune-Cookman online store. Go to bcuathletics.com and click on Shop to find the newest BCU clothing and apparel. That's bcuathletics.com and click on Shop. Stay up to date with everything Bethune-Cookman Athletics by checking out the Wildcats on social media. Give BCU Athletics a like on Facebook and follow the Wildcats on Twitter and Instagram at BCU_athletics. For the latest on BCU football, follow at BCU Gridiron on Twitter and Instagram. And come be a part of BCU Athletics and support the CatEye Network. If you or your business is interested in partnering with us here on the CatEye Network, you can reach out to the Wildcats Athletic Communications Department at bcusportsinfo@cookman.edu. That's bcusportsinfo@cookman.edu, and your business could be on air with the Wildcats. And Daryl, I do have a question for you as we have 7:09 to go in the first half. Wildcats 31-7 lead. But again, Clark Atlanta driving. They've had a couple of these sustained drives. What would you do if you're defensive coordinator Robert Wimberly to try and combat this quick passing game?
Oh, my God. I would play bump and run. I would bump the receivers. They don't have anybody with blazing speed. I would just go man up on them and have them go man all over the field and put that rush on him. If he rolls, you're right there with him.
Yeah, but the Wildcats, again, have been sagging off defensively, playing zone.
Yeah.
And if they're putting 5 receivers in the pattern, it's hard to cover zone on all 5 of those guys, especially if you're adding a tight end in there as well.
You got to play some man-to-man in there, so wherever the receiver goes, you have somebody there in that area.
The marching Wildcats have left their position away to our left in the stands and are headed towards the field for their halftime performance. Once again, halftime here on YouTube. You won't hear us for a bit. If you're on 1380 WELE, you'll have the halftime segment with Larry Steele in the studio. And now it'll be 2nd down and 3 after we come back. Well, players are back on the field after that injury to the Clark Atlanta player.
There's a lot of Frankie and Beverly Mays music being played here this afternoon, and you guys at home know why.
All right. It is 2nd and 3 for Clark Atlanta after the pickup of 7 on their first play.
See, they're playing man now.
They're at the Bethune-Cookman 49-yard line. I formation. They're going to hand the ball straight up the middle and rip down right there. It's going to be first down by forward progress for the running back. They handed the ball to Jamal Jones, the wide receiver.
Adrian Hall clotheslined him.
Needed 3, got 4, and I don't agree with that spot. So another first down for Clark Atlanta. They're bringing Jamal Jones in, the wide receiver, to play running back. Haven't really seen their 2 traditional running backs, Trayvon Pender or Elijah Crockett, much, as they've got 2-by-2 the receivers, ball right hash, 1st and 10 from the Wildcat 47. Right, a long time in the gun. Now he claps his hands and takes the snap. 4-man rush for the Wildcats. Going to throw bubble screen far side to
Great
Jones,
tackle.
and he's going to be met immediately. Gain of only 1. Nice job on the tackle there by Jeremy Greaves.
No gain.
Correction, Malik Stinnett was on that tackle.
Yes, Stinnett was right there on him. He picked up that back out of the backfield for no gain.
Yeah, and you said that the Wildcats are playing a little bit more man on this possession.
We got to.
They gave him no yards on the play, 2nd and 10 from the Wildcat 47-yard line for Clark Atlanta. David Wright, who has 113 yards passing so far, steps into the pocket, avoids the rush, and has all day to run. 40, cuts it back at the 36-yard line and falls down. We brought the linebackers on the blitz, and everybody cleared out up the middle, and David Wright used his legs for a first down.
Like he almost hurt himself trying to slide, too.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was caught in 2 minds. Do I slide? Do I not? He's been watching Cam Ransom take some punishment all day.
He's flexing that right knee a little bit.
All right, but it's another big first down for Clark Atlanta. This drive started all the way back at their own 11-yard line. The Wildcats almost had him stopped, but a pass interference penalty kept the drive alive.
And this drive started with an interception that was fumbled.
Yep. Wildcats almost had a takeaway, but fumbled the interception. Now they've stacked up 2 receivers each side. Right, the snap. He's got pressure from the backside. He throws the outlet pass to the near side. Virgil Young makes the catch, scampers out of bounds at the 30-yard line, 7-yard pickup.
He found the outlet guy that time. Everybody was covered. He had some pressure up top.
But they're doing a good job having one receiver stay home. So in the case that nobody's open down the middle, he just flips it short and picks up yards underneath, 7-yard gain.
Playing off too much now.
Clark Atlanta 1 for 4 on 3rd down. They run the ball again and get nothing. They drop 2 yards for a loss of 2. Shelton Quarles Jr. with a big stop that time for the maroon and gold, and it's 3rd down and 5.
Shelton Quarles is undersized, but he plays with a big heart.
6'0", 195, the transfer from Samford, and out of Tampa Bay, Florida, played high school at Cavalry Christian. Probably played against some of these guys who are at Tampa Bay Tech.
And his dad is the director of player personnel for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, too.
Now 3rd and 5 from the Wildcat 31-yard line. 3 receivers left. Single right for David Wright. He takes the snap. 5-man, he comes the blitz. He steps up. He's going to avoid one at the 30. Now the 25-20, left-hand side. Nobody's stopping him all the way to the sideline. A flag flies out as David Wright gets out of bounds at the 7-yard line.
They're going to have a hole. 2 flags.
The Wildcats got away with one there, and that's the second time on this drive that we thought the blitz got home, and he just steps up into it and escapes out the back door.
What we're going to have to do is bring a guy looping up the middle. They're blitzing into the lanes, but you got to have a guy that loops up the middle to stop him from flush him to the outside. They're going to bring that back.
It's still probably going to be a 1st down because of the spot of the foul, but they're not going to be at the 6-yard line. They're going to be maybe at the 17 or 18, depending on where they spot the ball.
18.
Yep. So at the 18-yard line, but it's still another chance for the Wildcats to get off the field on 3rd down. They don't do it, and now
and your quarterback is winded and limping.
Clark Atlanta's in field goal range.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 1st and 10 for Clark Atlanta, down 31-7. This is their longest drive of the game. 12 plays, 60 yards currently.
Yeah. Cats have been one step away on a lot of plays in this drive. Somebody need to make a play right here.
3:03 and counting to go in the half as Clark Atlanta looks to try and score and close this out on a positive note. Right, pressure in his face, escapes to his right, flips it towards the end zone. It is incomplete. Threw it out of bounds.
Covered well that time down in the corner of the end zone.
Armand Harris had 2 defenders for company. He had Shelton Quarles and the safety.
Stennett, number 30?
No, Caleb Blake. He's in a nickel. Also, Raymond Woody III was also there. He almost triple covered. But again, good job by the front 7 to force David Wright out of the pocket.
They're almost there. They're putting the pressure on him.
They only got 1 sack, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get more as this offensive line.
They've got about 12 hurries, though.
Clark Atlanta wears down. 2nd and 10 for Clark Atlanta from the Bethune-Cookman 17-yard line.
They're setting up something to the left side right here.
3 receivers all to that short side left. 1 to the right. That's Virgil Young one-on-one against the corner for Bethune-Cookman.
I don't think we were aligned right, too. A good thing they did call timeout.
Yeah. Matthew McKenzie was one-on-one with Virgil Young, and the Wildcats call their final timeout of the half. Waiting to see if they will go to a TV timeout or we'll keep it right here. It looks like we'll keep it right here.
You see the young lady down there, the tall trainer, the one who's taking the drinks to the official?
I do.
You know who that is, right?
I do know.
That's Eric Dickerson's niece, former NFL running back. Eric Dickerson, that's his niece.
We've got all sorts of
celebrity kids.
Yeah, and then got volleyball as well with Amaya Jennings, daughter of Greg Jennings.
That's Greg Jennings' daughter.
Packers great.
Come on, we got some celebrity kids.
And playing well for the volleyball team as a true freshman, I might add.
We got Jesse Hester, former wide receiver for the Colts. His son is a true freshman receiver, a transfer from FAU. And you know about Rick Ross' son and Big Boy's son, and we got a lot of celebrity kids, man, on our team.
So Clark Atlanta comes back out after Bethune-Cookman called their final timeout of the half. There's 2:51 left. Clark Atlanta's going to have 2nd down and 10 for the Wildcats 17.
I think Clark called that timeout. We still have 1 on the board.
So you're right. Clark did call that timeout, which is interesting because I thought they had a mismatch on offense.
They did.
So they kind of iced their own offense.
Now they come out in a new formation.
Yep. They've still got Virgil Young one-on-one with McKenzie all the way out to the right.
But they got a back right there at the edge.
Yeah.
Look for him to come out.
Two
of the
tight ends on the formation. They've got a run up the middle. A flag flies. I think it was a free play. Jamal Jones carried the ball to the
legal procedure
12-yard line.
Legal procedure call on the Panthers.
Illegal formation.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that.
They had like 2 wings and then a receiver. Maybe the receiver was lined up in the backfield. He should have been on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. So again, Clark Atlanta, both teams have killed themselves with penalties so far in this game. Wildcats, 4 penalties, 35 yards. Now Clark Atlanta, 4 penalties, 25 yards.
Clock running at 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Yeah, we're almost at the 2-minute warning here. And now, instead of 2nd down and 10, it's going to be 2nd down and 15. From the 23-yard line. Lots of pre-snap motion as they move both tight ends to the right-hand side.
Unbalanced right.
They're going to roll right that way to the right-hand side, looking, throwing, caught at the 15, and upended at the 10-yard line is Virgil Young. He has Steven Sparrow for company over the middle.
4th down.
And it's going to be 4th down and 3. They're going to spot the ball at the 10-yard line, need the 7 for a 1st down. If I'm Clark, I might go for this. Because you're going to have the 2-minute warning here.
Yeah, and they're going to get the ball back at the beginning of the 3rd quarter too. So
we will take the 2-minute warning and head to a break. When we come back, the Wildcats try to keep Clark Atlanta out of the end zone and up 31-7 with 2 minutes left in the half. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, we are coming back from the 2-minute warning. Here in the first half, the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats lead the Clark Atlanta Panthers 31-7. Michael Torello and Daryl Natil up in the press box calling the action here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in the Sunshine State. But Clark Atlanta threatening. 3rd down and 3 for the Panthers from the Wildcat 11-yard line is where they'll spot it.
This is huge because they get the opportunity to score here. They get the ball right back at the beginning of the 3rd quarter.
And if Clark Atlanta probably feels a lot better about 31-14 going in the half than 31-7. 2 minutes to go. Ball on the right hash. They've overloaded that right-hand side with 2 receivers and a tight end. Now Harris goes in motion left to right. David Wright takes the snap, throws middle. It's incomplete, but flags fly.
Interference.
Coming across the middle was Virgil Young, and he was interfered with by Johnny Harris III is going to be called for the pass interference, and it's going to give him first and goal, half the distance to the goal. I'm going to have to talk to Coach Woody in our weekly interview about these penalties. Because, again, I don't think we've been called for pass interference all season before today, and we now have two real bad ones on this drive. This drive for Clark Atlanta.
Actually, we should have scored on this drive.
15 plays, 67 yards.
If you remember, the beginning of this drive, we intercepted a pass and ran it all the way back to the 10-yard line and fumbled it.
And then Antoine Watts fumbled the ball. So now it's first and goal from the 5-yard line for Clark Atlanta. Last time they were down in the red zone, they did score a touchdown pass to David Martin.
You're going to see a lot of crisscrossing routes down this way.
They're going to overload the right-hand side of that offensive line.
The right side, yeah.
Trayvon Pinder is in I formation behind David Wright. He's going to get the handoff. No, it's going to be a pop pass left. Double pass, back of the end zone, wide open, touchdown. Wow, what a tricky play for Clark Atlanta to get into the end zone. Delancey Tolliver got the touchdown pass from another receiver, Armon Harris, threw the ball off a reverse. They faked the handoff, reversed the ball to the wide receiver Harris, and then Harris threw it in the back of the end zone, and because of all the glitz and glamour and sparkles in the eyes, he was wide open, was Delancey Tolliver.
14-point swing on that series of downs.
And then the drive, a soul-sucking drive for Clark Atlanta, 17 plays, 89 yards and a touchdown. And now the Wildcats jump off sides on the extra point try by Leonardo Cabrera, and the Wildcats are falling apart with these defensive penalties. Now they might go for two here. And if I'm Clark Atlanta, I've got the momentum, I might try it. But they're not going to. They're going to give the ball to Leonardo Cabrera, the freshman out of Forest Park, Georgia, for the extra point.
So what do you do with the Wildcats? You want to try to get a quick 2-minute drive and get some points?
Here's the extra point. It is up, and it is good. 1:47 to go in the first half. It's Bethune-Cookman 31, Clark Atlanta 14. And after putting up 28 points in the first quarter, the Wildcats have stalled out at only 3 points in this second quarter. I'd like to see them go aggressive here, try to put another score on the board. We have long touchdown passes. Cam Ransom has 2 of them.
I'd like to see Dees just take it to the house,
Yep.
and we can go get some Gatorade.
70-yard touchdown from Cam Ransom to Darnell Dees with 4:25 to go in the first quarter.
So they got to be careful trying to script this thing, too, to give us good field position.
And a 54-yard touchdown pass to Kobe Stewart with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter. So he's got 2 long touchdown passes. I wouldn't put it against the Wildcats to try and go for something. And you know that Cam Ransom is an aggressive quarterback. He wants to score every time he touches the ball. I think only maybe a strongly worded message from Coach Woody would make them kind of just run this one out. But back to receive, standing at the goal line is Darnell Dees. Courtney Reese is to his left, and Omari Stewart is on the right-hand side. Leonardo Cabrera getting set to kick the ball off. The Wildcat lead now just 31-14 with 1:47 to go in the half.
Watch the onside.
Panthers kicking left to right. Cabrera kicks it deep. It's going to be fielded by Courtney Reese at the 15-yard line on the left-hand side. He's going to try and cut it back in the middle of the field, and it's going to be ripped down at the 26-yard line. No real room to run for Reese. And again, they kicked it away from Darnell Dees. Dees has only had 1 return today and just got it back up to the 25-yard line. So now 1:40 to go in the half. If you're on the headset and you're offensive coordinator Joe Gerbino, what do you dial up here?
I would do short passes, trying to get in field goal range.
Here we go. Wildcats with the ball at their own 26-yard line going right to left. Gold helmets, black jerseys, black pants with gold stripes.
They're playing man.
Ransom in the gun. 3 receivers to his right. one to the left. He's going to fake the handoff. Ransom, room to run to the left-hand side to the 30, 35, cuts it up to the middle, 40, 45, shoves off a tackler at the 50, and all the way down to the Clark Atlanta 45-yard line.
He ran over the free safety and the cornerback that time. He's a load, man. Picked up the first down. This kid's incredible.
Holy cow, Cam Ransom. And now the Wildcats go up-tempo, 1st and 10 from the Clark 45. Faking the handoff is Ransom. He's going to run left side this time. The defense is ready for it, and he's ripped down right there. A flag is on the play. O'Marion Rogers with the tackle for Clark Atlanta.
What are they going to call it on us? Legal substitution on the defense. They had 12 men.
Well, because the Wildcats went hyperspeed. They ran up to the line after Cam Ransom's 29-yard rush and snapped the ball again, and they were caught.
We are almost in field goal range.
So they'll move the ball to the 40-yard line now.
We need to answer with a touchdown right
First down and 5, 1:43. Wildcats still have one timeout left in this first half. As the Wildcats attack the end zone where the BCU band is waiting to come on for their halftime performance. Handoff up the middle. Juju Bazul has a lane to the 30. He's hit and contacted and dropped there, but a 10-yard run for Juju Bazul and a first down for the Wildcats. That's the first time Bazul's touched the ball today.
The clock was stopped for the first down. After the 2-minute warning, the clock stops for the first down. Cats lining up quickly.
Now at the 30-yard line after the 10-yard Bazul carry. Fakes the handoff, goes far side screen to Omari Stort, and he is driven backwards.
That's helmet to helmet there.
No flag on the play, and the Wildcats lose a couple yards. Back to the 32-yard line, 2-yard loss, now 2nd and 12. You got to get in a good field goal range here. 44 seconds left, clock running 42 seconds. Wildcats still have one timeout, not using it yet.
You want to go up top right now.
5 receivers in the formation for Bethune-Cookman now. Snap, here's the run for Cam Ransom off the right-hand side. 30, 25, 20. Lowers his shoulder and gets to the 18-yard line.
Runs over another defensive back, picks up the first down. The clock stops with 25 seconds. The Cats threatening inside.
Yeah, now the Cats are going hyperspeed here. They're set even before the chain gang is. 1st and 10 from the 18. Snap to Ransom and a false start.
Illegal procedure on us.
Yep. Isaiah Maumalanga, the right tackle, moved first.
Do you get a runoff off the penalty?
I don't think so. But 19 seconds left, and Bethune-Cookman's going to call their last timeout. So 19 seconds here. The Wildcats will have the ball at the Clark Atlanta 24-yard line after the false start penalty.
I think you go to the end zone a couple of times with the ball.
Maybe just once. And
then you kick a field goal.
A play from the 24 to the end zone is going to take 10 to 15 seconds to develop, and then you got to kick the field goal. As the PA announcer here, plugging our show, Hail Wildcats Radio. You can listen to that one an hour before kickoff every week here on 1380 WELE, or you can find the show anytime at any of your podcast apps, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeart, any of those. You can find Hail Wildcats Radio. You can also find it on the BCU website. All right, 1st and 15 at the Panthers 25. It's going to be a quick pass underneath, caught by Velez, the tight end. He's to the 10-yard line. He dives down to the 9.
Got a spike in here.
Clock does not stop. They didn't get the first down. It's 2nd and 1. And they will spike the football with 5 seconds left. And now you're going to bring on the field goal team. Cade Hector getting ready to go. What a catch by Marcus Velez, the tight end. And he turned his shoulder pads vertical and got 10 more yards after that.
He's been true money all season long. Great hands, great routes. He was a foot away from a first down, and that clock stopped him. We probably would have had one more play.
I thought he got the first down. It was, I think, a bad spot.
Here comes Cade Hector in for the field goal.
Now Hector now is going to try a 27-yard field goal here to try and end the first half for Bethune-Cookman. They'll kick left to right with the wind at his back. He gets the kick away, and it is good. And that's the end of the first half. Bethune-Cookman gets only 6 points in that second quarter after scoring 28 in the first quarter. They lead it 33-14 as we head to the half. And I know it's a Division II school. It's an SIAC school. But, man, it feels good to go into the half with a substantial lead. The offense looked good. They drove the ball all the way down the field on that last 2-minute drill. Cam Ransom looks like a world beater out there right now. Sum up that first half real quick.
You got to give the Cats credit. This ball club comes in ranked number 2 in Division II HBCU football. So they've been playing great football. They've been scoring points, but their defense has been kind of shaky. And we saw that earlier here in the ball game. Cats 34-14 in the second half. You come back and you press, put your foot on their neck, and continue to play well.
We'll take the halftime break. For those of you listening at 1380 WELE, we're about to throw it back to Larry Steele in the studio. For our listeners on YouTube, we'll go dark for a bit, but we will be back for the second half of action. Once again, your score at the break. It's Bethune-Cookman 34, Clark Atlanta 14. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network Radio and 1380 WELE. Live from Daytona Stadium, Larry Kelly Field here in Daytona Beach, Florida. It is halftime between the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and the Clark Atlanta Panthers. Your score at the half, Bethune-Cookman 34, Clark Atlanta 14. Let's run you through your first half stats. BCU leads 12-11 in first downs for rushing yards. Bethune-Cookman 16 carries, 101 yards. Clark Atlanta, 9 carries for 13 yards. Through the air, Clark Atlanta is 16 of 23 with 1 interception for 157 yards. Cam Ransom for the Wildcats is 14 of 17 with 254 yards. The Wildcats have 1 interception, and then they fumbled immediately on the same play. Again, can't turn the ball over, and they turn the ball over there. Let's get you through some individual numbers. Rushing, David Wright, 4 carries for 32 yards, a couple of scramble plays. Jamal Jones, 1 carry, 2 yards. Trayvon Pender, 1 carry, no yards. David Martin, 2 carries, -1 yards. Wright in the passing game is 15 of 22 for 152 yards and a touchdown. Armon Harris on a trick play is 1 of 1, 5 yards and a touchdown. Receiving for Clark Atlanta, David Martin is 6 for 6 for 57 yards and a touchdown. Jamal Jones, 4 of 5 for 28 yards. Ronnie West, 2 of 2 for 39 yards. Virgil Young, 2 of 4 for 19 yards. Leonardo Cabrera has punted twice, and Virgil Young has 3 kick returns for 45 yards. On defense for Clark Atlanta, tackles 6. Dalil Watkins leads the way with 6. James Somerset has 5. Brandon Gibbons and Marcus Anderson both have 4. For Bethune-Cookman, rushing the ball, Cam Ransom, 7 carries, 89 yards and a touchdown. Courtney Reese, 6 carries, 19 yards. Bazil, 1 carry, 10 yards. Dees, 1 carry, -1 yards. Cam Ransom in the passing game is 14 of 16 for 254 yards and 3 touchdowns with a 70-yard long touchdown pass to Omari Stewart in the first quarter. Receiving for the Wildcats, Stewart is 4 of 4 for 19 yards. Malik Huggins, 2 of 2, 38 yards. Courtney Reese, 2 of 2, 36 yards and a touchdown. Marcus Velez is 2 of 2 for 18 yards. Of course, these stats do not have the fact that both Omari Stewart and Malik Huggins have long touchdown passes in there, so that is incorrect because they both have one. Malik Huggins a 58-yarder and Omari Stewart a 70-yarder. Malik Huggins has 1 punt return for 20 yards. Darnell Dees has 1 kick return for 18 yards. Courtney Reese has 1 for 10 yards. On the defensive side, Raymond Woody Jr. has 4 tackles. Shelton Quarles Jr. has 4 tackles. Ken Washington, 3 and a sack. Antoine Watts has 2 and that interception and the fumble. Let's go to Darryl Latil, who's been sitting up with me watching all the action. Your thoughts on a wild first quarter. The Wildcats scored 28 points, and then they cooled off in the second. And I was talking to Johnny Vickers during our break here, and he said the Wildcats got soft after we fumbled that ball.
Yeah, we actually did get soft, but this team has played well the third quarter in every football game. So let's see if we come out and play well at the outset of the third quarter. We've been playing FBS schools, and we've been kind of outmatched, but in the third quarter, we showed that we could play football. Here earlier in the ball game, we showed that we were ready to play, and we came out and socked them. And they kind of came off the ropes like rope-a-dope and came back and beginning to play football with us. So here in the third quarter, we're going to be kicking off to them. We got to play solid defense on the outset. We saw a long drive that ate up all of the second quarter by Clark Atlanta, and they scored a touchdown on the trick play. So third quarter, defense has to come out and play solid.
I do want to mention that statistically, our worst quarter defensively is the second quarter. We've given up 59 points in the second quarter through 3 games, whereas the second lowest is the third quarter with 38. The first to the fourth quarter, we've actually been not bad on the defensive side of the ball. Let's take a look at your out-of-town scoreboard in the SWAC. A couple of games going on right now. It's 14:21 to go in the first half. Mississippi Valley State trails Nichols State 27-0. That's the only SWAC game going on right now. Every other game in the conference is tonight at 7 p.m. Prairie View A&M is at Southern as those two teams continue conference play. Alabama A&M takes an out-of-conference matchup against Austin Peay. The Governors are 0-3 and could be ripe for upset material as Alabama A&M goes in there. Arkansas Pine Bluff hosts Central Arkansas, a team, two FCS squads from that state going at it. Another conference matchup is Grambling State hosts Jackson State. Both of those teams 2-1, and that winner of that game will determine who is tops in the East right now as we head into conference play starting next week for the Wildcats. Florida A&M takes a mid-major opponent away at Troy. The Trojans 0-3, the Rattlers 2-1. There could be some interesting storylines coming out of that one at the end of the night. And Texas Southern is at Lamar today at 7 p.m., and Alcorn State is at McNeese. That is your Around the SWAC. Once again, Mississippi Valley State down 28-0 in the second quarter to Nicholls State, and all other games tonight at 7 p.m. Once again, here at Daytona Stadium, it is Bethune-Cookman 34, Clark Atlanta 14. We've been looking over the stats here, and I think what stands out to me the most is Cam Ransom, 254 passing yards. He only came into the game with 3 games played so far with 338 yards. He could double his yards on the season if they let him keep throwing the ball.
And he's 14 for 16. And those 2 that he missed, he threw them a little short. He had a guy wide open in the end zone that he skipped in there. Should have been a touchdown.
Should have been a touchdown to the offensive lineman. He set up as eligible and almost caught a touchdown pass.
89 yards rushing. He's run over some safeties and some defensive backs. He's going to be known as a bruiser.
I'll tell you what, Cam Ransom has lowered his shoulder a couple of times and picked up some extra yardage. He spun in for a rushing touchdown, his 3rd of the season in that first quarter. And something tells me that that's going to come back to bite him at some point. You can't keep playing roulette like that if you're a quarterback. And I know he's been out for 2 years, and I know he's wanted to make a name for himself with this team as I see him warming up down below us on the sideline as we have about 2.5 minutes to go until kickoff. But at some point, you got to consider your health and take a slide.
But you got to consider something, too. He's a dog. You know, Deion Sanders always talks about the dog. This kid is a dog. He's a gamer. He's a ball player. He played scout team last year, and he gave it all, just like he's doing now, playing scout team. So it's going to be kind of hard to pull the rings back. So it's going to be up to Woody to ask them to slide and kind of pull back off that, because he's going to go 100% every play.
And then defensively, we knew it was going to be a tough game, but I didn't expect Clark Atlanta in the second quarter to just come out and look like we did last week at Western Michigan. Slow, sustained drive, sustained by a couple of BCU penalties, which we'll talk about in a second. But at the end of the half, in that touchdown drive, they went 17 plays, 89 yards, and took a lot of time off the clock, 7 minutes and 4 seconds, the longest drive by any team today.
But here's what I want to see. I want to see what kind of condition that Clark Atlanta's in right now. It's after halftime, and looking at them now, they look a little bit sluggish, like they drunk Gatorade and sat down a while. Let's see what kind of condition they're in. But they are a team that averaged 30-something points a game, so you got to know their offense does have some trickery in it, and it does have some pop in it. We saw the long drive. After what should have been a touchdown for the Cats, we fumbled the football going into the end zone. They recovered at the 10-yard line, and they moved it. That seemed like almost a 9-minute drive because they held the ball the whole quarter.
Yeah. And if you're Bethune-Cookman, right, you got to lock in defensively. You got to know this game is not over. It's 34-14 against a team that's averaged 33 points a game and put up 48 in week 1 against Fort Valley State.
Right. Yeah. So we got to come back, play smart in the secondary. We've had a couple of guys with their hands on the receiver. You know, I'm kind of giving them a pass because at least we're there. But the pass interference calls, you know, making the play on the ball, those were costly in the second quarter and caused us to extend some drives.
I was going to look at the some more at the team stats, but the team stats have gone down. So we can only go on vibes. I was going to look at penalties. Penalties, Wildcats 7 for 47. And Clark Atlanta
6 for 35.
6 for 35. Both teams have been hurt by penalties, but neither team has really played a well-disciplined football game. As we are just about set to come back from halftime, Cade Hector is putting the ball on the tee. The ball hasn't wanted to stay on the tee today.
Well, he has the wind at his back this time. He should put this thing out of the end zone.
The ball has fallen off the tee for Cade Hector 3 or 4 times already today. Wildcats in the gold helmets with black jerseys, black pants, a gold stripe on the shoulders, and a gold double stripe down the pants.
It's condition time. Now, let's see what kind of condition this team is in. They're playing in the Florida heat for the second weekend. Well, last week they played in the rain in Florida, but this Florida heat, this time of day in Florida, man, it's hot.
Hector about to kick off right to left to get this second half started as Raymond Woody Jr. is on the big screen right now. He's locked in. He's fired up like he always is. Back deep to receive for Clark Atlanta is Virgil Young and Jamal Jones. It'll be Jones, the deep man, as the kick is away, and it is arcing towards the sideline and into the end zone for a touchback. So
that was a great kick.
You called it. You got to put it back out of the end zone. He did just that.
Great kick that time, and he kicked it to the corner of the end zone, which if he'd have caught it at the 1 yard line, we had a lot of guys right there to make the tackle.
Yep. So David Wright, the third, the junior out of Tampa, Florida, the reigning SIAC Player of the Year. At almost 7,000 passing yards in 3 seasons at Allen University.
He's over 1,000 for the year already.
Yep,
in this
he
game.
came in with 937, excuse me, in 2 games. All right, 1st and 10 for Clark from the 25-yard line, going left to right in the black helmets, white jerseys, black pants. They're going to run the ball on first down, bouncing it outside, and getting close to the 30-yard line is Trayvon Pinder. That'll be a 4-yard pickup on first down. Spot the ball at the 29-yard line.
Strange to see them run the football.
Yeah, nice tackle by Kevin Washington. They only ran the ball 9 times in the first half for 13 yards.
The 10th carry of the game. They're looking to sustain another drive. They're going to nickel and dime us.
Now 2nd down and 6 from the 29. They're going to run the ball again, and Pinder is blown up in the backfield. He's going all the way back to the 20, trying to stretch it outside, but he's going to be run all the way out of bounds back at the 20-yard line. A 4-yard loss. A great job by the big man up front for Bethune-Cookman.
Adrian Hall blew that play up, couldn't make the tackle, and a host of black jerseys filled in for him. It's going to be 3rd and long.
And 12. They spot that ball all the way back at the 23-yard line. Got to get the 35 for a first down. And I think Eduque Brown's going to be actually credited with that tackle, as he was the last man to force him out of bounds. The Wildcats have found it difficult to get off the field on 3rd down tonight.
There's that formation that we've had trouble with right here.
Bunch formation, 3 to the right. Single left ball, left hash.
Watch the wheel route.
Right, the snap. 4-man rush. He's got time in the pocket. Now he scrambles to his left, moving receivers around to throw the ball deep, and it is almost picked off.
It is picked off, but it's out of bounds.
Yeah. Johnny Harris leaped at the out-of-bounds line, caught the ball, and just couldn't get his foot down, and it's a 3-and-out forced by the BCU defense. That's just what the doctor ordered for the Wildcats.
Great statement by the Cats coming in, forcing them to get to work behind the sticks and flushing them out of the pocket, forcing them to punt the football because they had momentum going into the half.
They did. They scored actually they won the second quarter 7-6.
We should get good field position out of this.
Johnny Harris is actually back to it's Malik Huggins, back to receive the punt. Punting from the 5-yard line is Cabrera. He's going to get the pick away. It's an awkward one. End-over-end tumble, and it's going to take a BCU bounce at the Clark 44-yard line is where it's down. That was not a good punt at all from Cabrera. It looked like it came off his ankle more than his foot.
Great field position for the Cats. Opportunity right here to put more points on the board.
And the Wildcats started inside Clark Atlanta territory twice in that first half. Once off the bad punt or a bad snap on the punt that went over Cabrera's head. They started at the 8-yard line and scored a touchdown in 2 plays. The other one they started at the 44, so right exactly where they are now, and kicked a field goal right at the end of the half after a good punt return by Courtney Reese. 1st and 10 for the Cats from the Clark Atlanta 44-yard line. They're going to run the ball on first down. Juvensley Bazoul is going to get back to the original line of scrimmage, and not a whole lot more.
Javinsky has to hit that thing a little bit harder. He kind of tips through there, until he sees daylight. He puts his head down. He'll create some daylight.
Marquavius Henderson, the graduate transfer from Allen, originally from Macon, Georgia, made the stop. 2nd and 10 for the Cats. This time Ransom to throw. He's got a screen at Bazulu, dropped the ball. He picks it up, he still runs with it, and he got hammered.
It was an incomplete pass.
It was an incomplete pass. Eric Searcy, the linebacker out of Atlanta, Georgia, the freshman, absolutely laid the lumber post-play on Juju Bazul, and he's going to come out. Courtney Reese going to come back in. And now it's 3rd and 10.
We don't want to go 3 and out either.
Wildcats have struggled to move the ball here to start this second half. Ransom in the gun. He's going to take the snap. Throw a screen left side to Amari Stewart. Stewart hit immediately and dropped for a loss of 1 back to the 45. So the Wildcats go -1 yards on that drive. They're going to have to punt it. They're not in field goal range. And for the first time tonight, we're going to see Anthony Frederick, the VCU punter, averaging 43.25 yards per punt and has downed opponents inside the 20-yard line 7 times through 3 games. The former soccer player.
He's a great kicker. Let's see him pin them down.
Yeah,
Let's see him put that thing out of bounds at the 2-yard line.
At Tampa Catholic High School and also at Troy.
All the Tampa kids on the field.
Yep. He's going to punt from his own 40-yard line. Let's see if Clark Atlanta brushes this. They will. They're going to bring the heat. Frederick gets it away. End over end punt going to land at the 5 and skip out of bounds at the 1-yard line. How about that?
I say Frederick he's a great kicker, man. And I watch him in practice, how he holds that football. He doesn't put the nose up. He holds it flat. And when he kicks that thing, it gets a back spin every time.
We'll take a timeout. Clark Atlanta on the ball when we come back, backed up in the shadow of their own goal line. It's 34-14 VCU with 12 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network Radio and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, there is 12:03 to go, 3rd quarter. Wildcats of Bethune-Cookman up 34-14 against the Clark Atlanta Panthers. Panthers on the ball, but after a great punt by Anthony Frederick, starts them off at their own 2-yard line, backed up against the shadow of their own end zone. Wildcats will go 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers, and maybe try and force a safety here. Right in the gun, he's going to hand the ball off up the middle, and they'll get to around the 5 before the Wildcats stop it. Kevin Washington Jr. in there on the stop for the Cats. Trayvon Pinder was the running back. And they gained 1 yard up to, 2 yards up to the 4, so 2nd and 8. Second and 8 for Clark Atlanta.
They're going to play conservative down here. They got a running back in the backfield. Nobody's covering the guy up top.
It's Pinder. Now, Somebody goes out there. Andrew Volmar's got him one-on-one. They're going to hand the ball, stretch play left.
Make the tackle.
And running
Safety.
it down in the end zone. Oh, no.
Come on.
At the 1-yard line is where they spotted a flag is down. They handed the ball off.
Holding on them probably.
To Crockett. Stretch play left.
If they replay that.
And I thought the Wildcats had him down in the end zone, but they spotted him at the 1-yard line. There is a flag that has not been told what it is yet by the referees. They're still discussing it.
Like we're backing up. Well,
What could the horse collar maybe is the only thing that I think it could be on us.
I mean, we tackle him around the legs.
Horse
In the
collar
end
or
zone. He
face
never
mask.
got out of the end zone.
Yeah, that's a bad spot to put him at the 1-yard line, and 2, I'm not sure what they're going to call if this is on us. Here we go. Here's the white hat.
They're going to call holding on them. Oh,
They call unsportsmanlike conduct on Antoine Watts, the safety.
That's because he probably said something because it was a safety.
He didn't agree with the call.
They're going to mark off the dead ball? Yeah, they're going to mark it off.
So it was 2nd and 8 for Clark Atlanta from their own 4. And now, after the penalty, they're going to move it all the way up, and it's going to be a first down.
Come on, man. That was a
Wow.
safety.
I agree. The Wildcats got hosed on that one. But if you're Antoine Watts, you can't put yourself in a position to be selfish and hurt us with a dead ball penalty on sportsmanlike conduct. And obviously, we didn't see what he did or what he said, but it caught the
Now they got a little room
eye
to
of the
throw the
official.
football.
Yep, 1st and 10 for Clark Atlanta. They're at their own 17-yard line going left to right.
Come on, ball don't lie.
11:17 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Wildcats up 34-14. Snap to right. He'll look to throw. He's going to go deep up top, and he's got a man wide open, and it's incomplete. Great job by Johnny Harris to get back to the football and slow up Ronnie West just enough that ball went over his head. Clark Atlanta looking for a flag. They won't get one.
Guess how he slowed him up? He
Yeah.
held him.
I was expecting to see a flag fly there, but
Yeah, ball don't lie, man.
because if he doesn't hold him, Ronnie West is gone for a touchdown. He was behind him. But the Wildcats, the stripes giveth and the stripes taketh away.
Yeah, I say like basketball, ball don't lie.
2nd down and 10 now
Bunch
from the
of receivers.
17.
With that
They'll-
bunch.
Yeah, they're bunching those receivers up to the left-hand side of the formation. The Wildcats are undermanned out there. They're going to roll that way. Wright gets the pass away, and it's overthrown. Wright got absolutely crushed as he lets that ball go. Dallas Corbett was right there, and he overthrew Jamal Jones, who was coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, Corbett's been nicking at his ankles the whole game. Finally got a chance to get up on him. Corbett's a kid from UCF, grad transfer. He's a big kid, about 6'5", defensive end. He's been hungry all year.
Corbett has 9 tackles coming into the game for Bethune-Cookman. Hasn't had a sack or a QB hurry or tackle for loss yet.
Big play here, 3rd down.
He's looking for one. But now he's off the field on 3rd down as the Wildcats will go 3-man front, drop some coverage in over the middle of the field. 10:59 clock stopped in the 3rd quarter. 5 seconds on the play clock, 3rd and 10 from the 17. Rolling right is Wright. He's looking to throw. He dumps it off underneath. That pass is caught 25-30 lane up the right-hand side of the field, 45 midfield for Jamal Jones, and he's run out of bounds in BCU territory. 3rd and 10, and they got 40 yards out of it.
That's the same play that Mercer ran.
Yep. They roll the quarterback out and bring the man across the field underneath, and the Wildcats just don't cover him, and then he had the speed to break free.
When you had the safety in the end zone, come on.
And it was Steven Sparrow whose man it was to cover him, and he missed him completely. 1st and 10 for Clark from the BCU 45. They'll run the ball off tackle left with Pinder. He's going to hit to the edge to the 40-yard line and drag down near the 35. That'll be an 8-yard pickup on first time.
Momentum back on the side of Clark Atlanta. They got a drive going now.
And the Wildcats came out and dominated the first quarter, led 28-7 after the first, and then haven't really had anything since then. Those 2 field goals.
Come on, get set, guys.
Clark Atlanta has all the momentum right now. Educate Brown, a long run off the field for him as he's replaced by Adrian Hall.
Somebody got to make a play right here.
2nd and 3 after a gain of 7 officially. Ball spotted at the Bethune-Cookman 38-yard line. They'll fake the handoff. Wright going to go far side, caught by Jones, and he's going to get it out of bounds, first down at the 32-yard line.
They're putting pressure on the quarterback. He's just getting releasing the ball very, very quick to a receiver that just did a stop and go.
And we haven't been able to cover that short passing, and we must have prepared for it all week long because that's all that Clark Atlanta does.
First down.
Another first down for Clark at the BCU 32-yard line. 2-by-2 the receivers, ball left hash as the Wildcats scramble to get their front 7 ready. Here's the snap to David Wright. They hand the ball off, and a big hit by Kevin Washington Jr., but still Trayvon Pinder falls forward for a gain of about 4 yards up to the 28-yard line, and it'll be 2nd and 6. They brought the tight end in motion, and he got a big block, did Caden Johnson, the tight end, to spring Pinder. And we were not ready for Clark Atlanta to come out and run the ball at the start of the second half, but they have been running it very effectively. 2nd and 6 now from the BCU 28. Wildcats stack the box, 7 in the box. Now they blitz. Wright, forced backwards to the 40, rolling, throwing, it is intercepted. He dropped it. Antoine Watts dropped the pick. Oh, and he's mad at himself. He punches himself in the helmet. He threw up the right-hand sideline as the Wildcats brought the house and forced David Wright to his right. And that would have been that was an easy pick for Antoine Watson. He dropped the ball. Now 3rd and 6 for Clark Atlanta. We should have got off the field twice already. One with the safety and now with that dropped interception. If Clark scores on this possession, there's no reason why they can't feel that they can come back in this game. 3rd and 6 from the 28. 3 receivers right in that bunch formation again. 1 left. Wright get a look that way. He's under pressure. He said as he throws, going deep toward the end zone. It's caught at the 5, and walking in for the touchdown is Armand Harris. Wow. He was one-on-one with Andrew Volmar, and Volmar completely misplayed it.
When you had a safety and you had an interception down there, and they still scored a touchdown. 34-21.
A 98-yard drive for Clark Atlanta. This started at their own 2 after a great punt by Anthony Frederick as Cabrera is on for the extra point. And it is good. Bethune-Cookman 34, Clark Atlanta 21. We'll keep it right here and hear from a word from your Southeast Toyota dealers.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota, let's go places. Get $2,000 in loyalty cash bonus on a new Toyota Tundra. Offer valid through September 30th, 2024. Offer entitles current Tundra customers to $2,000 loyalty cash bonus on the retail purchase or lease of a new Tundra gas or hybrid vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward a down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
It's all about taking advantage of your opportunities, Darryl Nattiel, and for the 4th straight week in a row, I feel like a broken record. The Wildcats keep leaving opportunities on the field. Twice on that drive. Could have had a safety, could have had an interception, and we don't convert on either of them, and the penalties don't help us either. The Panthers drive all the way down the field, 98 yards in 10 plays, and with 8:31 to go, they convert, and they're down 34-21.
It's being positive, it's being disciplined, because on the safety, which should have been a safety call, the defensive back said a few words to the official, and they were holding on the play. So we get dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct. They move the ball out of the shadows of the goalpost, and they drive it in for a touchdown after we drop the interception.
Sergio's Pizza Kitchen is a proud sponsor of Bethune-Cookman Football. You can take the pizza out of New York, but you can't take the New York out of the pizza. Stop by Sergio's and experience the flavors for yourself. Our recipe for success is simple: a generous dose of love paired with the freshest, highest quality ingredients. This combination is what makes each dish truly exceptional. Our approach includes a blend of traditional recipes from the old country with a modern flair that creates our wide variety of great tasting dishes that range from gourmets, pizzas, soups, pastas, and entrees. Come visit us in the public shopping center on Bevel and Clyde Morris, or visit our website and order online with Slice and Uber Eats. Bring your college ID and get 10% off your order. Let's go Wildcats. Thank you to Sergio's Pizza Kitchen. So now, after the Wildcats went 3 and out for the first time all game on their first drive of the second half, they tried to go conservative, run, screen, screen. I think you got to open it up again. You were having success when you were allowing Cam Ransom to make his mark on the field, be creative in the backfield, running those some of the longer passing patterns.
You got to. It might be Deeds' time. We haven't seen him getting loose yet. Opportunity right here.
Again, I don't think so. Kicking into the wind is Leonardo Cabrera now as
Maybe they're
Clark Atlanta gets set for a kickoff after they scored a 98-yard, 10-play drive to close the gap. It's Bethune-Cookman 34, Clark Atlanta 21, 8:31 to go in the third quarter here. Cabrera kicking the ball back to the Wildcats from left to right. He addresses the football with his right foot. It is in the air, middle of the field. It is Courtney Reese to take it from the 15-yard line, middle of the field 20, cuts back 25, and is down at the 26-yard line. And a nice tackle by Rajai Anderson for Clark Atlanta.
Why don't he just continue to take that thing down this sideline and just run
Yeah,
it?
he bounced it to the middle twice.
Back to the middle with it.
Hasn't really converted on either of them.
This is a huge series right here. We got to answer that touchdown.
Yep. All the momentum right now with Clark Atlanta. Cam Ransom back out there. Courtney Reese is with him in the backfield. One receiver to the left, two receivers to the right. The ball is spotted on the Bethune-Cookman 28-yard line. We're going right to left on this series in the third quarter. Ransom claps his hands, takes the snap, fakes the handoff, back to pass. Ransom looking, throwing, as he throws deep down the middle of the field. It is caught by Huggins at the 40-yard line, and he's going to get down to the Clark Atlanta 35. But man, Ransom stood in the pocket, took a shot, and delivered a dot down the field.
He did take a shot. He's kind of shaking up a little bit. He's trying to shake it off, running down the field. He took a shot in the shoulder.
Wildcats going to go a little bit up-tempo here. 3 left, single right. Now at the 36-yard line of Clark Atlanta after that one play. Ransom going to quarterback draw, up the middle, slips one tackle to 30, gets a block 25, and he's going to fight forward to the 20-yard line for another big gain. 15 yards on a rush for Cameron Ransom.
Great run. He ran over the nose guard, and the nose guard is down at the 40. He actually trucked the nose guard.
Yeah, that's Artavon Edmond, I believe, who's down at the 40-yard line.
You got to give the offensive line credit because they're right now blocking on that quarterback draw. They're opening up some holes.
What did I say when we came back from break? Let Cam Ransom do his thing, and he did. A big pass, and now a run up the middle as we get a media timeout. We'll take it with them as they attend to Artavon Edmond, the nose tackle for Clark Atlanta. BCU driving down the field, and we'll have 1st and 10 at the Clark Atlanta 20-yard line when we come back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Wildcats have flipped the field here at Daytona Stadium. They've got 1st and 10 from the Clark Atlanta 20-yard line after a long pass from Cameron Ransom to Malik Huggins and then a Ransom quarterback draw. 1st and 10. Ransom, it's going to be a quarterback draw again, trying to get up the middle. He's going to be hit hard at only a gain of 1. I think Ransom's helmet popped off, and there's a big scrum after the play.
That was Ransom.
There's some pushing and shoving down the middle. There's a Clark Atlanta player down in the middle of the field, rolling around.
And here comes Mr. Bowens into the ballgame.
Yep. Ransom has to go out, and now it's Micah Bowens, whose only appearance so far was at USF, went 0 for 6 after starting that game, got pulled for Ransom in the second quarter.
Matt wanted to be sure he come out the game and cool his head down a little bit. He was a little hot after that.
And there is they now threw the flag. Now they threw the flag.
Face mask.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see a personal foul, dead ball.
Hold up, that's against us?
Yeah, because after the play, one of our players, it might have been Cam. Yep, it's on Cam because he pushed down Solomon Mosley after the play was over. I think that's a big acting job by Mosley. But
here we go again with the
penalties. And this is just so unlike the team that we saw last year. It was very disciplined, very level-headed. And so that takes away the first down for Bethune-Cookman. And now it's 1st down and 25? The ball is at the 34-yard line.
They got second on this side. It's 2nd down.
2nd down. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 2nd down and 25. And Micah Bowens is in at quarterback. He'll take the snap. He's going to run to the right, and he's going to be completely buried. Micah Bowens looked lost out there. He lost 2 more yards back to the 37.
Self-destructing on these drives, man. Here comes Cam back into the game.
In on 3rd down and a million miles. 3rd down and 27, I believe. Yeah, no, 3rd and 27. Got to get the ball to the 9-yard line for a 1st down. We're on the 36. 5 wide.
Here comes the blitz.
Clark Atlanta scrambling to get set on defense. They got 5 down linemen. They only send 3 of them. Ransom rolls to his right. He's looking downfield. He's going to throw, and it's incomplete. He just threw it out of bounds.
Goodness gracious.
And now we're not even in field goal range. And we can't go for this on 4th and 25. So Cam Ransom, after leading that excellent drive, the long pass to Huggins, the great draw play up the middle, he gets his helmet ripped off, no call. He pushes a guy down, gets called for a dead ball personal foul. Backs us all the way up, and now we're going to be punting from plus territory for the 2nd time.
And it's dangerous now. They got all the momentum.
Back deep to receive for Clark Atlanta is Dalil Watkins. He stands at the 10. Frederic punting from exactly midfield. He gets the kick away. Big, high, arcing kick. It's going to bounce at the 10-yard line, roll to the 2-yard line, and to keep it out of the end zone.
Yeah.
At the 1. Great job by the Wildcats again. And for the 2nd time in as many drives in this 3rd quarter, Clark Atlanta will start from the 1-yard line.
Now we got to play tough defense with no penalties. We got to keep them right here. I see them trying to go up top now.
Penalties on the game. Wildcats, 9 penalties, 77 yards, and 2 of those are dead ball personal fouls.
Can't remember the last time we had 9 penalties in a game.
It was week 1. We had 10 penalties against USF.
Okay.
1st down and 10 for Clark Atlanta. They're at their own 1-yard line.
No safety in the middle of the field, so you can go long right here. You
can
throw the ball.
The Wildcats are selling out to try and stop the run. It's Pinder in the backfield. He gets the handoff, runs through the middle, and is going to get to the 4, a 3-yard gain. And now they bring both safeties in, Antoine Watson and Raymond Woody. They took them out for 2 linebackers on that play. And you're right, if they had gone like a middle streak, that would have been a touchdown, but Clark Atlanta not gutsy enough to call that one from their own 1-yard line. But now the Wildcats back in their standard defensive package, 3-4.
Come that 4 receiver set to this side, too.
4 receivers all to the right of David Wright. 2nd down and 7 from the 4-yard line of their own for Clark Atlanta. Wildcats trying to pin their ears back. Here comes the rush. He throws far side. It's caught on a comebacker by Armon Harris at the 15-yard line. 1st down, Clark Atlanta. We're playing so far back off the receivers, and the curl routes are just killing us. They have every game this season.
Can't argue with you there, Mike. 1st down.
1st and 10 from the 1, and they get out of it, and now it's 1st and 10 from the 16-yard lines where they spot the ball.
It's going to be a bomber in a game.
5 wide again for Clark Atlanta, spreading the Wildcats all out over the field. 4-man rush, right, middle, incomplete, threw it way ahead of Jamal Jones. He got that ball a little too quickly, but it's got to be catchable if you do that. He just threw the ball at Jones's feet, 2nd and 10. And the Wildcats now,
Come on, make a play.
The Wildcats can't just think about winning the game. You got to think about optics.
Yeah. We got to make a play here. Somebody got to make a play.
2nd and 10 from the 16. They'll still go 5 wide, 3 right, 2 left. Snap to David Wright. He's under pressure. He's going to step into the pocket and a long right a run. 20, 25, and close to a 1st down to the 27-yard line. He will pick it up again.
Yeah, he went to the weak side that time. Cleared the line of scrimmage as he was flushed out of the pocket.
But one time you talked about us blitzing the middle. We haven't blitzed the middle all game. We're blitzing the outsides, and the middle's wide open for Wright to run in.
There's an eerie feeling coming over the ballpark right now.
Yep. The Wildcat fans have all gone quiet as it's 1st and 10 at the 26 now for Clark Atlanta. 4 right, single left. Now they bring the man in motion. Pop pass in the backfield. Breaks the tackle as Jamal Jones gets to the 30. He's hit hard and spun out of bounds at the 30-yard line, gain of 4. That ran 4 receivers to the right.
And all of them blocked.
And ran the jet sweep coming to the strong side.
Yep. They held the blocks, too. 2nd and 5?
2nd and 5 at the 31. They gave him the extra yard. Johnny Harris was the man to push Jones out of bounds. And Clark Atlanta is starting to take some time off the clock as the student section's doing the wave down there. Trying to get some life into this Wildcat defense.
3 minutes to go in the quarter.
2nd and 5, Wildcats up 34-21, but Clark Atlanta has the ball. There's that bunch formation left. They'll fake the handoff, roll, right, throws middle of the field, wide open. Caught before he fumbled the ball! He fumbled the ball!
He got it.
The Wildcats jump onto the 40-yard line.
Somebody had to make a play. 1st turnover.
Kevin Washington Jr. jumps on the fumble. It was a roll to the left by David Wright. He threw over the middle. Jamal Jones was wide open, but as he turned upfield, he just lost the ball out of his hands, and the Wildcats jump on it at the Clark Atlanta 40.
1st fumble we recovered
all season.
1st turnover from a fumble. We've had a couple of interceptions, but now is the time to put a nail, at least a nail right here.
You have to take advantage of this right now. You have to get points on this drive. And what a job by Kevin Washington Jr. And that big sack in the 1st half. Now he comes up with a fumble recovery. He's got to be the defensive player of the game so far. All right.
We got a personnel problem here.
And a whistle and a stoppage of play.
One of their guys got to come out. They called timeout, did they?
Are they reviewing the fumble? I think they're reviewing the fumble. They're going to review the fumble to see if the receiver was down. The receiver,
wasn't down.
Jamal Jones. But they are going to review it. They're not going to show the review on the screen here, so we won't be able to see the replay.
If they get this ball back, I know something. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Nike is the official outfitter of the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. Gear up on the newest BCU Nike gear at nike.com/Bethune-Cookman Wildcats. And make sure you are representing Bethune-Cookman University Athletics to the fullest. Buy the latest BCU gear online to the Bethune-Cookman online store. Go to bcuathletics.com and click on Shop to find the newest BCU clothing and apparel. That's bcuathletics.com and click on Shop. Stay up to date with everything Bethune-Cookman Athletics by checking out the Wildcats on social media. Give BCU Athletics a like on Facebook and follow the Wildcats on Twitter and Instagram at BCU_Athletics. For the latest on BCU football, follow at BCU Gridiron on Twitter and Instagram. I want to shout out Victor Cabet right now, cross-country runner for Bethune-Cookman. He got top 5 at the Emory Riddle Invitational this morning.
This morning, okay.
And I think Cabet could be on for an individual SWAC championship later in the year. He is running really well. What do you see?
I see that the back judge is now writing something on the card. So maybe he's saying that we got to go back to where the ball was spotted at. Hopefully that's not an omen that we're going to overturn the play.
Yeah. And also BCU volleyball played a 5-set match, fell to Jacksonville. They unfortunately go 0-3 on the weekend. But still 2 5-set matches, one against Columbia, one against JU. I think that volleyball team is this close to finally putting it together. And they got to with SWAC play up next. But again, that team, come out and watch them October 4th and 6th at Moore Gymnasium for their next home series because they are exciting. They're playing well. They're just this close.
Yeah, the BC Barbie, Miss Hightower in the middle, man.
Yeah, there is they just showed the replay on the screen here. We'll see if they show it again. There is no way that Jamal Jones was down.
Maybe they're saying he didn't make the catch.
And they're going to give it back. I think they're going to give it back to him. Unbelievable. They're going to give it back to Clark Atlanta. They're going to say incomplete pass, I think. And it'll be 3rd and 5 for Clark Atlanta. Unbelievable.
When I see the back judge starting to write, that means you got to go back to where the ball was originally because the chains have been moved. So now you got to go back and mark where they're looking to see where the ball was marked. When I saw him writing on that card, I knew they're going to overturn it.
And I don't agree with that call either because Jones caught the ball, turned upfield, and then he dropped it. So I don't agree with either call. So the Wildcats.
And look at what he wants to know.
The Wildcats, again, cannot get off the field. It's either penalties, this time the review.
All right, let's listen to what he says.
Yeah, incomplete pass. That is unbelievable.
He caught it and made a move upfield.
He made a move 3 yards up the field before he dropped the ball. So now Clark Atlanta gets it back, a chance to continue the momentum, and the Wildcats are still with nothing in this third quarter, up 34-21.
Now, that's 2 blown calls I've seen. I've seen
the safety and now that. And they reviewed it, too. That's incredible. Wildcats now got a 3rd and 5 defense after being on the sideline, thinking they got off the field. Now they got to get back and pin their ears back and come after the quarterback. 3rd and 5 for Clark Atlanta from the 31-yard line of their own, going left to right.
Short route up top. You got 2 receivers down to the near side. Watch the short, quick route.
Yep. 2 receivers bunched near side, 2 to the far side, more spread out. Snap to right, he'll look to throw. Pressure up the middle, hit as he throws, wide open, far sideline, 40, 45, 50. Raymond Woody III pushes David Martin out of bounds. Wheel route to the left-hand side. Brutal!
Yeah, they dodged a bullet. They dodged a whole bunch of 7.47 bullets, AK-47, whatever you want to call it. They dodged the bullet there.
And Adrian Hall was in the backfield in the quarterback's lap and still couldn't shut it down.
This is going to end up a barn burner, I'll tell you, folks.
1st and 10 again for Clark Atlanta. Now on Bethune-Cookman's side of the field at the 47-yard line. 4 receivers, 2 each side. 1 man in motion left to right. They hand the ball off strong side left, and David Martin dives forward. A helmet comes off of a Wildcat player after a 5-yard gain to the 42.
Like Quarles.
You're right. Quarles going to have to come out. He's replaced.
Oh, that's 21.
Replaced by Caleb Blake in the middle.
That's Terrence Alexander coming out.
And Malik Stinnett comes back in as well.
Come on, Cass.
2nd and 5 after the 5-yard run by David Martin. So the 2 different receivers, David Martin and Jamal Jones, have both been to the backfield as running backs. Martin is still back there, sidecar right to right, as Clark Atlanta plays from the Bethune-Cookman 42-yard line, 2nd and 5.
They're going to go up top to the left side, one-on-one.
4 receivers right, single left. Ball left hash as the wide receiver motions out to the right-hand side. And
timeout
VCU, they didn't like that matchup. And Coach Woody calls his first time out of the second half. We've been saying that the Wildcats needed to make a play. They've made multiple plays, but 2 of them have been taken away by the referees and 1 by a penalty. And we'll keep it right here, no media timeout.
Both of them has been unsportsmanlike conduct penalties because of the call on the field.
Yeah.
We had the safety in the end zone, and it was called stopped at the 1. Our guy says something to the referee, and we get a 15-yard penalty. Cam gets his helmet pulled off. He says he pushes the guy, and they call a 15-yard penalty on us again. So right now, we are holding on for dear life.
Up 34-21. Steven Sparrow running on late.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 11 guys.
We had 10 on the field, but Steven Sparrow ran on late.
We need another big play.
Second and 5 for Clark from the Bethune-Cookman 42.
Watch the wheel route.
2 by 2, the receivers all spread out to the wide sides. Wright takes the snap. He's going to step up into the middle. He's going to throw across the middle. He's going to be caught at the 25. Running left side 20, Jamal Jones down to the 15-yard line. And David Wright, I think, is down behind the play. He got hit as he threw. We are just inches away. It's not Wright who is down behind the play. He's up and going to the sideline. It is somebody else. It's one of the offensive linemen, Austin Euler, the left tackle, the graduate student from Lithonia, Georgia.
Boy, it's getting ready to be a great ball game, guys.
But the problem is, it's optics, right? You may win the game. You may win it 34-28 or whatever the final score is, but it's not a good look, right? You wanted to give your fans something to be proud of, something to look forward to, and you did in the first half. But in this second half, Clark Atlanta has came in and has owned him in this second half. I'm going to pull up the specifically the third quarter stats right here in a second.
68.
8 first downs in the third quarter for Clark Atlanta. Total yards in the third quarter, 155 for Clark Atlanta, 50 for Bethune-Cookman. Wildcats have only 2 first downs in this third quarter. There's 2 minutes to go in it. It's been controlled by Clark Atlanta. They had a 98-yard drive, and now this might be a 99-yard drive.
One step away from the sack and the tip of the ball. The receiver catches it on a crossing route.
First and 10 for Clark Atlanta from the Bethune-Cookman 27. Going left to right. 2 receivers right, single left. Now the running back, David Martin, motions out to be a receiver on the far side.
Somebody's too far away from him, too.
Wright throws to the end zone. It is caught. A leaping catch for the touchdown by Armani Harris. One-on-one coverage with Andrew Volmar. I'll tell you what, Andrew Volmar, who was excellent against Western Michigan last week, has not played his best game tonight.
We got flags.
There is a flag, multiple flags. I think this might be excessive celebration as they had a dance party in the end zone. But it is now 34-28 pending the extra point. It's a 6-point game. The Wildcats led this one 28-7 at one point. And they might be going for 2 here. I don't see Cabrera out there.
No, they're kicking. They're going to have to back it up. We should get that on the kickoff. We should get that penalty on the kickoff, man.
We'll see. It is going to be enforced on the kickoff. So they'll set up for the extra point with Leonardo Cabrera. My goodness.
99 drive. Yeah.
98-yard drive, 99-yard drive against the Wildcats. And it is 34-28. Here comes Clark Atlanta. They have had all the momentum since the end of the first quarter, really. Drive summary for Clark Atlanta. 10 plays, 99 yards, 5 minutes and 2 seconds. ending in a 26-yard touchdown pass from David Wright to Armon Harris. Harris's 7th touchdown reception of the season. And they're going to have the 15-yard penalty enforced on the kickoff now as the Clark Atlanta band plays across the way from us. You hear that on
woke those Atlanta folk up. Yeah. Sun came back out. 34-28. 6-point game. Touchdown.
And I repeat, 98-yard drive, 99-yard drive. Both of them 10 plays and ending in a touchdown for Clark Atlanta in this quarter. And the Wildcats have been hosed by bad calls on a couple of occasions. Should have had a safety, should have had a fumble, but again, 2 dead ball penalties, one by Cam Ransom, one by Andrew Volmar. As now Cabrera kicks off from the 20-yard line. It's going to be fielded at the 20-yard line by Dees. 25-30, middle of the field. He gets through, breaks a tackle near midfield. It is going to be spun down right at the midfield stripe. Correction, that was Courtney Reese. So they moved Reese to the middle and put Dees on the end. They're just kicking it away from Darnell Dees. And now the Wildcats need to respond. They almost did on the last drive, but it was negated by the Cam Ransom penalty, which again, both of our unsportsmanlike conduct penalties have been because of perceived bad calls by the officials. Missed a safety, and then Ransom reacted because the official missed a face mask. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. They'll spot the ball at their own 49-yard line going right to left. Cam Ransom in the gun. Courtney Reese behind him. Fakes the handoff to Reese. Ransom back to pass. He's got all day. He's going to roll to his right. Now come back to his left. Looking for pickup blocks. Cam looking, throwing across his body to the 40-yard line. Man wide open at the 25-30, at the 20. Making the middle man miss to the middle of the field. And finally tripped up at the 19-yard line is Malik Huggins.
Huggins has made a second catch like that. He caught one earlier in the second quarter.
That was Courtney Reese. My apologies. Reese out of the backfield made a play for his quarterback who had nowhere to go with the football. He was scrambling around. A great job by the offensive line as well to keep him upright for about 10 to 15 seconds. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats at the 20. Ransom, screen.
Oh, he fell down.
Oh, and Ransom slipped as he was throwing the ball, and the screen is way over the head of the tight end, Marcus Velez, and now Velez comes up limping.
Yeah, he slipped down. Ball would have been right on his chest.
So Ransom slipped, and Velez slipped on the same play, both without contact. So now 2nd down and 10 from the 20. This is exactly the same position the Wildcats were in when Cam Ransom picked up that unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on their last drive, pushing them all the way back, and made it 2nd and 3rd and 25.
Take the lid off the end zone. Let's get in there right now.
2 receivers stacked to the right, 1 to the left. Snap to Cam. Fakes the handoff. He's got a man at his face. He gets the pass away, and it's almost intercepted.
Guys wide open in the end zone, too.
Yep, but Cam Ransom didn't have any time. Omarion Rogers, the senior from Columbus, Georgia, and transfer from Arkansas Baptist, was right back there in the backfield. That's the first time the offensive line has really kind of failed Cam.
So what do you call right here, Mike?
3rd and 10 from the 20. I want to go back to that wheel. I want to go back to the wheel.
It'll be open this way.
3rd and 10, ball right hash. 2 receivers to the far side, the wide side left, 1 to the short side right on the numbers. Now they bring a 3rd receiver into the formation, off to the left-hand side. 34 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Ransom takes the snap. Here's the blitz. He throws it up towards the end zone. It is
touchdown.
Caught.
Oh, no.
Oh, incomplete. It was looking for Huggins, one-on-one on the far sideline, and the defender, DeLil Watkins, did just enough. And now we're going to have to bring on Cade Hector for a long field goal. Hector 2 for 2 today, both of them chip shots. This one a little bit longer. That'll be 37 yards. Hector lines it up. The kick is away, and it is good. Cade Hector, machine-like today, 3 for 3. And with 23 seconds left to go in the 3rd quarter, Bethune-Cookman finally gets on the board in this 2nd half. It's 37-28, so the Wildcats back up by 2 scores.
I'm holding my breath. That's why I'm not talking. I'm just holding my breath right now.
I mean,
it's been an incredible second half, like you said before. The calls, the unsportsmanlike conduct penalties because of the calls. We had a guy catch a curl route, run 3 yards and fumble the football, and they say he didn't make the catch. Then you get a safety in the end zone, and he mark it at the 1, and then we get another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. We got to recover from that. We got to recover with the defense right here because they're going to come back slinging it.
And I thought after the first quarter we were leading 28-0. I thought, oh man, it's not going to be a nice, easy day at the office. Not today.
Like I said, I'm holding my breath.
VCU band trying to play their team back into this and keep the pretty good crowd out here on this Saturday afternoon at Daytona Stadium engaged.
You got about 6,000-7,000 out here.
And a good traveling contingent from Clark Atlanta as well. Been treated to a good performance by their team. Cade Hector kicking off right to left. He gets the kick away. It's going to be long towards the goal line. And, they're bringing it out. Jamal Jones from 5 yards deep in the end zone. Make a jump cut to the 10. Left side 20, 25. Bounced out of bounds at the 27-yard line. Jamal Jones made a risky decision, but it ended up working out for him as they got 2 yards more than they would have gotten if they were starting at the 25.
Momentum is on their side. Right now, the defense has to stay solid, make the plays, make the tackles, and cover. That's a lot right there.
Yeah, the Wildcats haven't covered well in one-on-one situations all game long. 1st and 10 for Clark Atlanta. Here comes David Wright III. Been very good today. 310 passing yards for Wright on 24 of 37 with an interception.
That should be illegal substitution. They just brought a man off the field.
3 receivers to the right in a bunch formation, single left. They're going to hand the ball off, run to that strong side right. Powering forward, David Martin. He's going to get no yards. Nice job by the defense. 2nd and 10.
It's getting a little chippy down there, too.
But it is telling that it has been chippy, but both the unsportsmanlike conduct penalties have been on us, and correctly so. But it says something about the discipline of Clark Atlanta's team, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter. We go to the final frame. Bethune-Cookman 37, Clark Atlanta 28. Wildcats trying to hang on and pick up their first win of the year here at home. You're listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on 1380 WELE and the CatEye Network Radio. From Daytona Stadium, it's time for the 4th quarter between the Bethune-Cookman Wildcats and the Clark Atlanta Panthers. Well, the Wildcats are up 28-0 in the first quarter. We thought this was going to be an easy day at the office. Clark Atlanta has said, no, sir. They've dominated the second half so far and have come back to within 2 scores. It's 37-28, Bethune-Cookman on top. But Clark Atlanta, in their 2 drives in the 3rd quarter, went 10 plays, 98 yards, and 10 plays, 99 yards, aided by the referees and a couple of Bethune-Cookman penalties for a score. And there we talk about optics. We've talked about it before in this game. Even if you sneak away with a win here, it doesn't look good. Clark Atlanta, 2nd and 10 after the no-yard run. They're going to fake the handoff, right, rolling right. He's going to look and throw over the middle of the field, wide open at the 40-yard line again. Big tackle by Matthew McKenzie to make up for it, but not before another 12-yard gain and a first down to the 39-yard line. Those late crosses, we just haven't defended them all game.
Yeah, you can't. The quarterback is rolling and rolling and rolling, and you're trying to slide your defenders over to match him, and you got a guy that slipped right into the middle and just sat there, and he completed the pass for the first down.
Dallas Corbett comes back in for Bethune-Cookman. He'll be on the right-hand side of that line. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line of their own, going right to left, snap to right. They're going to hand the ball off up the middle, and a scrum ensues. And falling forward for 5 full yards is David Martin. Up to the 46-yard line, 2nd and 5. Even little handoffs like that are going for 5+ yards.
These guys got the momentum on their side right now. Cats defense is going to have to tighten up.
Going to have to make a stop. One big play, one big turnover is really all we need to get the momentum back on our side. But David Wright determined not to let that happen. He's got 3 receivers, 2 left, single right, 1 man to the backfield. That's David Martin. He's back to pass. He goes over the middle, and it's incomplete. A flag.
Come on, man.
And a flag. Unbelievable. The ball was off the hands of Jamal Jones as he dove to try and get it at the Bethune-Cookman 45, and they're going to get a call.
I didn't see that.
I didn't either. Matthew McKenzie. He let his man get free on the last play, and now he gets a pass interference penalty that's going to move Clark Atlanta into Bethune-Cookman territory all the way at the BCU 41.
Boy, oh boy.
Here we go. I said we might, off the air to our producer Larry Mead, might have to score 50 to win this one. We may have to. 2-by-2 the receivers. They bring a man in motion and hand the ball off, and a good job stopping Trayvon Pinder that time by Malik Stinnett. No gain on the play, 2nd and 10.
So they're keeping us honest with the run. Then they're coming right back to hit you with the pass on the rollout.
And every time David Wright is rolling out, he hasn't stayed in the pocket once because he knows that the defensive line for Bethune-Cookman is going to get back there to him. It's either a quick pass or a rollout to give himself time. Very smart play design by Marvin Cunningham and Teddy Keaton.
Watch the wheel route again.
2-by-2 with the running back in the backfield. Man in motion. They fake the handoff. Right. Chased. He fumbled the football. Back at the 5-yard line. Who fell on it? It's a scrum with black and gold and red.
No, they got it.
And, Clark Atlanta recovers it. It was the running back, Trayvon Pinder, that recovered the ball. But great pressure from the backside by Adrian Hall. Jefferson LaFontant was there, too. He's credited with stripping the ball away from David Wright. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 13. Wildcats need this one. Got to get to the 30-yard line of Bethune-Cookman for a first down, do Clark Atlanta. 3rd and 13. 5 wide the set. 3 right, single left. Ball right in the middle of the field with the BCU logo.
That's a screen pass. Empty set.
Here's the snap, right back to throw. He's pressured. He's going to try and escape. He's going to be ripped down all the way back at their own 40-yard line. Jefferson LaFontant, 2 straight plays, the strip and the sack, and the Wildcats finally get off the field.
Somebody had to make a play, so the young man took it upon himself the last 2 plays to wheel the defense off the field.
Wow.
Woo, buddy.
Jefferson LaFontant out of North Miami Beach, down by your part of the world.
Yes, sir. I know exactly where he's from.
With 2 massive plays, his 2nd sack of the season. And now the Wildcats are finally going to get the ball back. Leonardo Cabrera
Nothing
back
stupid.
to punt at the 30-yard line. The ball goes over his head. He recovers and gets the punt away. It's going to bounce at the 40-yard line and roll. Bethune-Cookman going to pick it up at their own 35 and be down to the 36-yard line. The ball maybe on the ground. There's a scrum.
No.
The deep man for the Wildcats came up. The ball was rolling slowly on the ground. He picked it up. I'm not sure who that was.
That was number 8,
No, it was Walter Simmons, last year's quarterback. Walter Simmons got to know better than that.
Hey, come on, Walt.
All right, we'll take a break, and when we come back, Wildcats try to extend their 37-28 lead with 11:19 to go in the contest here on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, 11:19 to go in the contest. Bethune-Cookman leads the contest 37-28 over Clark Atlanta. I'm Michael Torello, bringing you the play-by-play. Darryl Latil up with me here in the press box. We got Larry Steele back in our 1380 WELE studios, pushing all the buttons, bringing the action to you live on this Saturday afternoon.
Need a sustained drive that ends in a score. Take some time off the clock.
Wildcats will start after the botched punt at the Clark Atlanta their own 37-yard line. Ransom moves under center, now backs up. Wide receivers moving around, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Ransom takes the snap. He's going to look to the right, and the pass is batted down on the blitz. They brought the safety, Artellus Edmond, in as an edge rusher, and he batted that pass down to the line of scrimmage.
And when you see that guy blitz, the slot man has to run a short route because that's where it's open. That's where the guy's blitzing from. You want to run a short route right there and get the reception.
And every time they've blitzed before, we ran screens. That time we weren't running a screen, so the pass was late. Offside, free play. Cam going deep down the right-hand sideline. It is. Oh, a one-handed catch. Kobe Stewart. How about that one, young fella? Wow.
Free play, huh?
He went one-on-one to Kobe Stewart, left-hand side. He was one-on-one against Dalil Watkins. Watkins had him blanketed, but walking backwards, Kobe Stewart stuck out his right arm and brought it in with one hand.
With these zebras, let's see what they call.
They let the play go on, so it can't be false start.
No, I'm not taking it till they call it. Let's see.
There are 2 fouls on the play, both by the defense.
Okay.
Offside, defense number 9, that penalty is declined.
A pass interference.
Wow.
Number 33, that penalty is declined.
First half.
So, Kobe Stewart, caught the ball one-handed through pass interference on the far sideline. Craziness.
Yeah. you heard my comment. I had to wait and see first.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats from the 37-yard line of Clark Atlanta. Another free play. Offsides. Cam is going to be sacked. They didn't throw the flag,
They didn't throw the flag
on that. There was definitely motion up front, and the offensive line for Bethune-Cookman is complaining. Christian Loving, the center, looks at the referee and says, what are we doing? They jumped again. It was the same play. But they're not going to call it, and Cam Ransom's going to be sacked for about 15 yards. Loss of 8 officially. Wow. That's unbelievable. Rarely do I rail on officiating because I know officiating is hard.
And you were at home.
But today, it's been unbelievable. 2nd down and 18 for the Wildcats from their 46-yard line of Clark Atlanta. Ransom passes middle. It's complete, and flipping over a defender at the 35-yard line is Lorenzo, no, not Lorenzo Jenkins, it is Thomas Nance, the tight end.
They got a man down on the tackle.
Yep. One.
That looks like a neck injury.
A Clark Atlanta
shoulder
defender
injury.
is down. Well, the defender lowered his head and hit the knee of Nance. And okay,
wow, Mike.
First off, great run by Thomas Nance. Little short post from his tight end spot, and great find by Ransom. And you know when you're in second and 18, you know you just got to get a big chunky yardage to set up 3rd and something. Now we're in 3rd and 8, which is not unmanageable. As
it's 4-down territory, yes.
Yeah, it's not quite field goal range.
That's Marcus Anderson.
Down on the field.
6'1", 189, Tampa, Florida, from Allen University, Tampa King High School.
There is no BC without you. Show your support for Bethune-Cookman Athletics by joining the Wildcat Champions Club today. Help us build a championship culture at Bethune-Cookman. You can donate and join at cookman.scalefunder.com. That's cookman.scalefunder.com. But I'm going to continue to rag on this because the referees have missed 3 really blatant calls that should have gone in our favor. And 2 of them, we questioned the call and got an unsportsmanlike penalty on it. One, the safety that we should have had down on the left-hand end zone in the 3rd quarter when we had them backed up to the 1-yard line after the great punt by Frederic. We tackled the running back in the end zone. They gave it to him on the 1-yard line. And then our cornerback who made the tackle said something to the referee, personal foul. Then on the next Wildcat possession of the 3rd quarter, Cam Ransom ran for a 10-yard gain, got his helmet ripped off at the end of the play, no flag. Ransom jumped up and said something to the official. He got flagged. Then we should have had a turnover in the middle of the field because there was a quick pass from David Wright to Jamal Jones across the middle. He caught the ball, made a move 3 yards upfield, fumbled the ball. They gave it an incomplete pass after review. And then on that first play of this set of downs, they missed a blatant offsides by Cameron Williams on the left edge of that Clark Atlanta defense and didn't call it. Cam Ransom didn't really look like he was invested in the play because he thought the play was going to be blown dead, and he got sacked for 8 yards.
My God. It's a big 3rd down right here.
3rd and 8 for the Wildcats after a 10-yard gain on the last play.
You got man-to-man on the new cornerback down there at the bottom of the screen.
The ball is on the Clark Atlanta 36-yard line. They need the CAU 28 for a 1st down. Ransom in the gun. Reese is there with him. Here comes the blitz. Ransom throws far sideline, incomplete. He was looking for the comebacker for Josteen Clark and threw it out of his hands.
What do you do now? Do you kick it, punt it? Yeah, they're going to have to punt. No?
I don't see the punt team yet. We're kind of in no man's land at the Clark Atlanta 36-yard line.
We're going for it.
So 4th down and 8 for Bethune-Cookman. Bun Ross is in the game.
Well, I'd like to see him get loose right now.
Along with Thomas Nance at tight end. 3 receivers left, single right, 4th and 8. Hard count. I think they might hard count this and then try and draw them off sides and then call a timeout and punt. 6 seconds on the play clock. Will Cam Ransom snap the ball on 4th and 8? No, they're doing everything they can to try and draw him off sides. They snap it with 1 second. Ransom, far side, caught.
What did he back up for?
And Josteen Clark is well short of the 1st down at the 32.
Oh, God, that was a bad call there.
And the Wildcats turn the ball over on downs.
Now we got to make a play again.
Got to make another play. Defense got to pick the offense up again. I don't understand running a curl on 4th and 8. You got to run a streak or a post or a deep cross or something to let your guy catch the ball and pick up yards afterwards.
Here comes that funky formation again. 4 guys. We're not covering. We're not covering the receivers here.
Yep. Clark Atlanta, 1st and 10 for them. They're down 37-28 with 9:43 to go.
Okay,
4 receivers all to the right-hand side of the formation for David Wright III, the quarterback.
Man-to-man at the bottom. He's looking at it.
Wright is going to look that way. He's going to throw that way.
Fumble.
Oh, he fumbled the football. The ball's on the ground. Clark Atlanta picks it back up,
Good
but it's going to be
Lord.
a sack. Wright went to lift the ball up to throw it, and he lost control of it, fell right back down on it, but it's a big loss of yards on the play all the way back to the 23-yard line.
They've been dodging, but they've been dodging.
Dodging sacks, dodging turnovers. Educate Brown credited with the sack.
Man-to-man down here.
It's the same formation, 4 to the right, single left.
You get closer. There you go. Come up on him.
It's Ronnie West against
Watch the
Johnny
quarterback
Harris.
draw. Watch the draw.
It is a draw up the middle,
Got
but
him.
tripped up in the backfield and down he goes. It's Educate Brown again. 2 straight plays for the sophomore from Houston, Texas.
My
2
goodness.
straight sacks for Educate Brown.
Come on, defense.
And it's
crowd
third
is up.
and it's third down in a country mile, 3rd and 19.
I saw that quarterback draw coming because we had guys pitching from the outside. There was nobody in the middle.
3rd and 19. Defense trying to get off the field, but if anybody's going to get 3rd and 19, it's this Clark Atlanta team. They're on their own 22-yard line. Need the 42 for a first down.
Watch the wheel right again.
2-by-2 the receivers. Snap to right. He's got Brown in his face. He's going to step up, being chased by Educate Brown. Deep shot down the field. It's knocked away. Great defense on the back end.
Yeah, they forced him out of the pocket. He was all the way back to the 11-yard line.
Malik Stinnett dropped all the way back in coverage and knocked that pass down.
Snets played a great game. Now we got to put something on the board with this field position we're getting ready to get.
Malik Huggins is back to return the punt. They took out Walter Simmons after that. Oh, he almost fumbled the ball last time. Leonardo Cabrera punting from his own 5-yard line. Wildcats looking to get set up in good field position. They'll play max protect and not rush anybody. End over end punt going to be fielded at the 47. Little hesitation from Huggins. Now he goes. 50, 40, fumbled the ball, and Clark Atlanta jumps on it. Wow. I don't believe it. We have given Clark Atlanta every opportunity to come back in this game.
I'm speechless, man. Come on, defense. Let's do it again.
Another fumble on a return. We had an interception return that was fumbled by Antoine Watts. Now a punt return that was fumbled by Malik Huggins. And Clark Atlanta is back on offense, and more importantly, Bethune-Cookman is back on defense. That defense got to be getting tired after spending most of the second half on the field. Where have we said that before?
Yeah, we got man-to-man coverage down here, and they liked it last time.
Every game this season,
That back's swinging this way.
the Wildcats have spent more time on defense. They're going to hand the ball off up the middle to the 40 to the 41. A little bit of pushing and shoving after the play. Gain of just 3 for Trayvon Pinder. Tackle made by Adrian Hall. Second down and 7 for Clark Atlanta from their own 41-yard line, going right to left after Malik Huggins fumbled a punt return after the Wildcats thought we got him off the field. 3 receivers left to the wide side. They're going to run the ball again, and a big hole for Pinder. First down and more past the 50, all the way to the 46-yard line of Bethune-Cookman. They ran that weak side counter, and the Wildcats weren't there defensively. They dropped Jefferson LaFontaine into the middle, and he wasn't there to cover the run. Another first down into plus territory for Clark Atlanta at the BCU 48-yard line. 3-by-1, the receivers left to right. David Wright looks to the sideline, changes the play. He's got David Martin in the backfield with him. He's going to take the snap, look to throw. Pressure coming off the edge, throw deep down the middle of the field. Caught wide open, 30-yard line. Breaking a tackle is Armand Harris, and he's down to the 20. 25 yards on the strike. And to the 19-yard line, Clark Atlanta's in the red zone.
This game is going to be down to the barn burner.
We have not covered the middle of the field all
We
day.
haven't. We haven't.
All day.
I've seen everything that could go wrong today.
And yet the Wildcats still lead 37-28. Thank goodness it's still a two-score game. Wildcats bring the blitz. The run goes right past it, though, and down to the 12, 13-yard line.
Got a demand down. 2
men down. Johnny Harris is down, and a lineman is down for the Wildcats. That's Jefferson LaFontaine. He's going to be replaced by Ebenezer DeBula. Haven't seen DeBula make a big play yet today.
Man.
6 yards on the run on first down for Pinder. And it's 2nd and 4 from the Bethune-Cookman 13-yard line.
That's too much cushion up top.
And they're going to throw, screen, left-hand side. Armani Harris double-teamed and upended WWE style at the 9-yard line. Still going to pick up a first down, though. Tag teamed.
But now you got to play D, man, right here, though.
Yeah, Kevin Washington and Johnny Harris tag team to throw him down. Now 1st and goal at the 9.
Too much cushion up top.
Yeah, they're giving him 6, 7 yards of cushion.
Come on up on him, man.
Now he is. That's Matthew McKenzie up there to the far side, one-on-one with Jamal Jones. 1st and goal at the 9 for Clark Atlanta. 5:06 to go and counting. Bethune-Cookman 37, Clark Atlanta 28. Wright sends a man in motion. He takes the snap. He rolls to the right.
Open.
He's going to throw the screen pass, and hammered is Ronnie West at the 7-yard line. Great tackle by Raymond Woody III.
Yeah, Woody came up that time and made sure he was on the ground.
2nd and goal now, only a gain of 1. Now they'll give him 2. That's a generous spot. They're at the 7-yard line. 2nd and goal.
4 minutes to go in the game.
This is, I think it's 4-down territory here for Clark Atlanta.
Gotta
Clock running 4:30. Every time they've gotten in the red zone, Clark Atlanta has scored. They bring the man in motion left to right again. Again, it's Ronnie West. Here's the snap, right, looking to throw. He's going to throw to the end zone. One-on-one coverage. Caught, touchdown at the goal line. Caught by Armon Harris. Late cross, and flags coming after the play. Excessive celebration. Oh. It's got to be excessive celebration. It's a one-score game with 4 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Six plays, 54 yards, and a touchdown.
After the turnover on the kickoff.
We thought we got him off the field. They punted away. Malik Huggins tried to get a big return out of it, and he fumbled the football. And now we've got penalty flags to sort out after that catch. What was that touchdown? Shallow cross again. It was one-on-one, Johnny Harris and Armon Harris. Harris versus Harris.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. On number 1 and number 3. That is both players.
So David Rice and Armon Harris.
That's the first one, though.
Yeah, but that David Wright and Armon. I'm pretty sure we're going to get out on the kickoff again.
I'm sure you're going to go for 2.
So they're
going to kick it.
That's the second excessive celebration penalty Clark Atlanta has had after a touchdown in this second half, and we haven't taken advantage of it. So on comes Leonardo Cabrera to try and make this 37-35 and make it a 2-point Bethune-Cookman lead.
If you're Clark Atlanta, do you onside kick it?
I wouldn't not do it. With how much the momentum has favored you in this second half, go for it. And is Bethune-Cookman calling a timeout?
No, they want to know if they're going to get it on the kickoff, the yardage, penalty yardage.
Well, I think Coach Woody might want to back them up now and try and force them to miss this, so it remains a 3-point game rather than a 2-point game.
You're going to get it on the kickoff.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you would do that, but that's something you could do. They are going to get it on the kickoff, so now I think, and honestly, Coach Woody may have just wanted to ice Cabrera, who's looked a little bit shaky in the punting game today. Not so much the kicking game. He's been solid kicking extra points and kicking off. Cabrera, the wind at his back, the extra point. Snap, hold, kick, good. And with 4 minutes and 12 seconds to go, the Wildcats, who at one point led 28-0, lead 37-35 against Clark Atlanta out of the SIAC. We'll take a break, and the Wildcats will try and hang on to the football when we come back. This is Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network and 1380 WELE. Welcome back to Daytona Stadium. The Wildcats at one point led this game 28-7 at the end of the first quarter. They now lead it 37-34 with 4 minutes and 12 seconds. 37-35, excuse me, with 4 minutes and 12 seconds to go in the game. Ever since the end of the first quarter, it's been all Clark Atlanta. The Wildcats have shot themselves in the foot with penalties. The referees have not helped with a couple of, in our opinion, poor calls. But now, the Wildcats have turned the ball over, right? They fumbled the football on the last drive. They forced Clark Atlanta to punt, fumbled the ball. Malik Huggins fumbled on the kickoff return and gave Clark Atlanta an extra chance, and they went down the field and scored.
What's going to be critical is what plays do we run in this series when we get the football back? What do we run? Nothing has worked in the second half. What do you do with Cam?
Leonardo Cabrera back at the 20-yard line to kick off after the
onside kick.
Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty after the touchdown. He is going to kick it deep. Fielded to the 20-yard line by Omari Stort, 30. Running to the middle of the field, 35-40. Cuts it back 45 and close to midfield is where he's brought
Another
down.
flag.
And a holding probably is going to be coming.
Flag on us. Behind the play, too.
Terry Lindsay, the backup running back, was one of the men blocking, and it looks like he's going to be called for a hold on Clark Atlanta's David Howard.
Come on, you guys.
Illegal block in the back. Return team, number 22. 10-yard penalty, final foul.
So they're going to
Take us
back
back
us
to
all the way up to the
30.
30-yard line when we would have been at midfield. Wildcats in the game, 10 penalties, 92 yards. Clark Atlanta, 9 penalties, 67 yards.
We have to score a touchdown on this drive. We have to.
Well, here comes Cam Ransom in the Bethune-Cookman offense. The Wildcats have been outgained in this second half by Clark Atlanta, but you got to put that behind you right now. At their own 30, going left to right. 3 receivers right, single left. Ransom's going to put the ball to the belly of the running back, jump cut, and falling forward for an 8-yard gain is Courtney Reese. And that's the kind of play that was there in the first quarter that we haven't gone back to.
Good looking run by Reese.
Let the offensive line go to work. This is maybe the one time all season that your offensive line is going to have the size advantage.
Like he pulled something there. He's trying to stretch out his
Or he Reese trying to stretch it up. He's going to stay on the field.
We're letting the clock run, too.
3:35 and counting. 2nd down and 2.
First down. You just need first down.
For the Wildcats. Actually, 2nd down and 3 from the 37. Again, 3-by-1. Ransom with Reese sidecar right. He'll take the snap, look to throw. Quick hitter near side. That pass is caught by Nance, and he's going to be upended all the way over the 50-yard line. Little tight end bubble screen. Don't often you see that.
He's been money all afternoon to the tight end. Tight end's always been open.
And they're going to get into Clark Atlanta territory at the 40-yard line. First down, Bethune-Cookman. That's the 17th first down of the game for Bethune-Cookman. Clark Atlanta has 25 first downs on the game. Bethune-Cookman just 17. And the Wildcats, again, taking all the time off the clock. And I don't hate that. But Clark Atlanta has 2 timeouts left plus the 2-minute warning. So unless you're confident you can take up the rest of this game on this drive, you got to put the ball in the end zone. 4 receivers again from the 48 of Clark Atlanta. They hand the ball off left-hand side. Nowhere to go for Courtney Reese. Back to the original line of scrimmage, and he might have lost a yard. 2nd down and 11.
They're calling timeout.
We can't get conservative here.
Go back to that tight end pass again.
Yeah. I don't understand why Clark Atlanta called a timeout. We're going to get the 2-minute warning in 17 seconds.
Yeah. They're trying to get 2 stops before the 2-minute warning.
I guess. It'll be 2nd down and 11 for Bethune-Cookman, just over midfield at the 49-yard line. Do you love Bethune-Cookman University sports? Then don't miss Hail Wildcats Radio, the podcast that takes you behind the scenes of all 15 Wildcat sports programs. Hosted by voice of the Wildcats, Michael Cirillo, and featuring the expertise of sports information directors Bryce Wojnowski and Brian Harvey, Hail Wildcats Radio delivers unparalleled coverage of your favorite teams. Tune in to 1380 WELE Daytona Beach every Saturday to catch the show live, or listen anytime on your favorite podcast platform. That's an hour before kickoff of the football game every Saturday. So for the rest of the year, it's going to be 2 p.m. Eastern on 1380 WELE or on your favorite podcast platform. After the timeout by Clark Atlanta, 2:27 to go. They put 10 seconds back on the clock. It was 2:17 before.
It's a big series here.
2nd and 11 from just over midfield. Wildcats going left to right. Ransom with 3 to aim at, and a running back sidecar left in Courtney Reese. He takes the snap, he fakes the handoff, looks to throw, near side pass caught by Lorenzo Jenkins, who falls out of bounds at the 41-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Wildcats, and clock runs. They're going to call him inbounds. 2:10 to go, and they might just take this to the 2-minute timeout. And that's another poor spot. It's going to be 3rd down and 4. I thought he made the 40. They spotted it all the way back to the 41. And that's the 2-minute warning. We'll take one more break, and when we come back, the Wildcats will look to survive a tough test against Clark Atlanta. They're currently up 37-35 with 2 minutes to go. This is Bethune-Cookman University football, the CatEye Network, and 1380 WELE. Back at Daytona Stadium, it's Bethune-Cookman 37, Clark Atlanta 35, and a all SIAC battle, 59 years in the making. Wildcats trying to survive a late second half blitz for the Panthers. They once led this game 28-7, and now it's 37-35. Wildcats facing a 3rd and 4 from the Clark Atlanta, 41-yard line. 5 wide set for the Wildcats. Scrambling to get set is Clark Atlanta. Ransom escapes the pocket to his left. His jersey's being pulled, and a holding call is going to come down. Cam Ransom's going to be sacked all the way back at the 45-yard line. 15-yard loss for Bethune-Cookman, plus the holding call, and the Wildcats implode on 3rd down. And with 1:51 left, we're going to give the ball back to Clark Atlanta, and all they need to do is kick a field goal for the win. And we haven't been able to stop them all day.
We're in dangerous waters right now. Those alligators out there in that lake, they might as well be on the field right now. Let's see what they do here.
It's got to be holding, and I think there's multiple holdings because 2 flags are down. Let's see what the call is.
They're going to decline it. They're going to decline one of the holds.
Yep. Tico Schultz called for the hold.
They took the play.
And the Wildcats
here we go.
Backed all the way up to their own 45. A 15-yard loss on 3rd down. The Wildcats needed 2 first downs to kill the clock, but now they're going to give the ball back as Anthony Frederick is standing at his heels on his own 30-yard line, getting set to punt the ball to Jamal Jones, who had a kick return touchdown last week against Florida Memorial. He stands at his own 10. 2 punts today for Frederick. They've landed him inside the 5. This one a high spiral that's going to bounce and roll and be out of bounds at the 1 again. 3rd time today, Anthony Frederick has downed Clark Atlanta at the 1-yard line. But guess what?
They went 99 yards. They've been 98
yards on the 2 times we've backed him up there before.
As Milo Hamilton of the Atlanta Braves used to say, you got to go get them Braves right here. You got to go get them Wildcats.
Clark Atlanta needs to go 99 yards. Well, they don't really.
They don't have to.
They just need to get at a field goal range with 1:41 to go. Wildcats up 37-35.
And they got 2 timeouts to go with it.
The defense has not stepped up all year long. They've been gashed by big plays in every game, including today. Can they make one more big stop? Ball on the 1-yard line. In the backfield is Pinder. He's going to get the handoff up the middle. He has a lane to the 5 to the 9-yard line. A 9-yard gain on 1st down.
Come on, defense. 130 and counting.
Even when we knew they were going to run, we can't stop it.
Here come the receivers.
Yep, now all the receivers come in. 2nd down and 1 from the 9-yard line.
Somebody got to make a pick.
Right, with David Martin behind him in the I formation, 2-by-2. Watch that wheel route out of the backfield. They're going to hand the ball off. Big hole, 15-20. Breaking through tacklers, 25. A flag flies as David Martin comes down to the 30.
Personal foul, face mask on the Cats.
And the Wildcats imploding here. That'll put the ball up near midfield. With 1:01 to go. The wind really blowing now. I think a tent just got blown down on the sideline.
They got the wind at their back for the field goal, too.
They do.
Wow.
No flag, no flag. They picked up the flag.
They picked up the flag. It was Sola.
All right, so now it's 1st and 10 for Clark Atlanta from their own 29-yard line. 56 seconds and counting. 2-by-2. They're going to throw the ball right, middle of the field. Incomplete. Great stick by Steven Sparrow on the receiver. Jamal Jones as he crossed the middle. 2nd and 10.
Watch the wheel route. That's the route that's killed us all year. You cannot let that back out of the backfield into the flats. We got 4 or 5 guys back deep.
And basically, the Wildcats are playing with 4 safeties right now. Woody Jr., Kevin Washington, the linebackers, backed all the way up. Harris and Volmar, the corners, are playing way deep, way off the receivers. Harris is giving Armand Harris 10 yards of space.
Quarterback draw.
Here's the snap. It is a quarterback draw. Running around to the right. Now he's going to throw deep, far sideline, out of bounds. Good coverage by the Wildcats, and it's 3rd and 10 at the 29. 43 seconds to go.
Nothing stupid here. No penalties right here, guys. My God.
Well, it's 4 down territory, so we need 2 more stops.
Don't let anybody get behind you.
43 seconds left. Clark Atlanta, 3rd and 10 from their own 29, trailing by 2. BCU trying to hang on for their first win of the year. They were up 28-7 at one point.
Watch the quarterback draw.
5 wide in the formation on 3rd down. Here's the snap, right back to throw. He's going to run up the middle. Now he's going to stop and set his feet, and he's going to be hit from behind.
4th down.
Jeremy Greaves Jr. It's only a 2-yard gain. Oh, they move. Whoa, what's that spot? They move him all the way up to the 34.
It's 4th down.
It's 4th down and 5.
33 seconds to go in the game.
And Clark Atlanta called it. No, Bethune-Cookman called a timeout. Why did we call a timeout? Please explain to me why we called a timeout. Stop the clock.
I don't know.
When it's about to be 4th down. With 33 seconds to go.
All they need is a 1st down. It's 4th and 7, 4th and 6.
4th and 6. The little crowd that has stayed behind to watch the end of this long marathon game as we're approaching 4 hours in the game.
Watch the little short wheel route right here. 33 seconds to go in the game.
3rd and 6.
It's 4th. 4th and 6.
Sorry, 4th and 6. 4th and ball game. Clark Atlanta down by 2 at their own 34. Here's the snap, 5 wide. Right, looking, throwing, caught underneath. The tackle is slipped. Oh, he missed the tackle in the middle of the field. First down, Clark Atlanta at the 41. Jeremy Greaves had the game on his pads, and he missed the tackle on Jamal Jones. First and 10 for the Panthers, 27 seconds left. He got out of bounds to stop the clock. So they'll still go 5 wide, 3 left, 2 right, right to throw. He's going to throw, he's going to go, and it's going to be complete on a comebacker at the Bethune-Cookman 43-yard.
They call it
incomplete.
Incomplete.
Wow, we got a break on that one. He threw it back shoulder to the receiver, and the receiver couldn't come up with it. I thought he slid back and got it. That was Jones again on that far sideline. Now 2nd and 10, 21 seconds left. And you got to think, what's the field goal range for Leonardo Cabrera?
We got some fresh guys in.
His long on the season is 46, so he's got a big leg. 21 seconds left. Wildcats up by 2, 37-35. Clark Atlanta with the ball, 2nd and 10 at their own 41-yard line. Here's the pass, right, going deep. He's got a man. It is incomplete. What a big hit by Raymond Woody III. It was in the palms of Ronnie West, and Raymond Woody put his shoulder in his chest and barged him out of bounds. And now a flag comes in. Unbelievable.
Come on, man. Now, what is that call?
It's got to be
targeting.
No, it can't. It's got to be after the play. They didn't throw the flag during the play. It's got to be in sportsmanlike conduct. They think it's on Johnny Harris.
For what?
For celebration, maybe? 15 yards from the spot. We'll put them at like the 10-yard line.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense, number 8,
Taunting. Automatic first down, and that probably puts Clark Atlanta in field goal range with 15 seconds to go. That might decide the game right there. That might decide the game. They'll spot the ball on the BCU side of the field at the 44-yard line.
15 seconds.
15 seconds to go. They're not quite in field goal range. If we think 46 yards is the long for Leonardo Cabrera on the season, they got to get down close to the 30.
Come on.
15 seconds left. Still 2 timeouts for Clark Atlanta, so they can use the middle of the field if they want. 3 receivers to the short side, right-hand side of the field. One-on-one is Virgil Young to the near side. David Wright takes the snap, looks to throw it to screen. Left-hand side, and all the way to the near sideline is David Martin out of the backfield. They got to the 38, gain of 7 yards. And now I think we're pushing field goal range for Cabrera. 8 seconds left. We'll see if they bring the kicker on or they're going to try a Hail Mary towards the end zone. 8 seconds to go. Clark Atlanta on the Bethune-Cookman 38-yard line. They're not bringing in Leonardo Cabrera, the freshman, to try a game-winning field goal. They're going to keep the offense on the field. Yep. It's 2nd down and 4, but that doesn't really matter.
Watch the wheel route. Up the top.
2 by 2 the receivers. Snap to right. He's going to run. On to the right. He's going to throw. It's going to be a diving play, incomplete. Delancey Tolliver on the far sideline.
3 seconds.
3 seconds left. David Wright is down on the field.
Here comes the field goal.
And the Clark Atlanta Panthers are going to try a long field goal for the win. The long for Leonardo Cabrera in his short college career is a 46-yarder. He's 4 of 5 on field goals this season. This is going to be 55 yards for the win for Clark Atlanta. 55 yards.
He got the wind behind him.
He does have the wind at his back. The ball is on the left hash. The holder is Virgil Young, who's a wide receiver. And Bethune-Cookman's going to ice the kicker with their final timeout.
No, they called timeout.
Clark icing their own kicker. So if Cabrera would attempt this, it would be 10 yards longer than his career long of 46 yards. He's just a freshman, the former soccer goalkeeper out of Forest Park High School in Forest Park, Georgia. A chance to knock off a Division I team on the road.
They've had every, I won't even say it. I'm not going to even say
Clark
it.
Atlanta's had every chance in this game handed to them.
They have.
Handed to them by the referees, by the Wildcats' own mistakes. But they've taken advantage of it, and they're going to trot Cabrera out again. The number 90.
Now the wind's picking up right in his back.
The number 93, large on his chest and back. He takes 4 steps back. He's standing near midfield. The ball's on the 45. This will be a 55-yarder. Wind at his back from the left hash. The Wildcats are going to come after this with all their worth. The snap is down. The kick is away. It is going. It is good. It's good. The freshman, Leonardo Cabrera, hits a 55-yard field goal, and the Clark Atlanta Panthers have stunned Bethune-Cookman at Daytona Stadium on Saturday afternoon. Unbelievable. But the only people you can point the finger at is yourself, Daryl. Penalties.
Unbelievable. This afternoon, the things that we saw the Wildcats do, unsportsmanlike conduct, penalties. Fumbles. We saw an interception, guy going in for the touchdown, and you fumbled the ball at the 10-yard line. I'm sitting here, can't believe it. I can't believe what I just saw.
Well, the all-time record between these two teams is now 1-1. The Wildcats won back in 1965 at the Gateway Classic in Jacksonville, and Clark Atlanta via a 55-yard field goal by freshman Leonardo Cabrera win the game 38-37.
Those penalties, man, the taunting call at the end of the game put them in field goal position.
Yep.
My goodness.
When we would have gotten off the field, right? We would have gotten off the field. It was 4th down. And Wayman Woody, credit to him, made a ridiculous play to break up a pass that was going to be a 1st down. And Johnny Harris got a taunting penalty afterwards.
I still can't believe it.
The referees were, to put it bluntly, were brutal in this game. Missed call after missed call after missed call, most of them against the Wildcats. But you can't take that away from the game. The only thing you can take away is the Wildcats' penalties, fumbles, missed opportunities. You were up 28-7 at the end of the first quarter and completely went away. Clark Atlanta finishes with 28 first downs, but Bethune-Cookman just 17.
My God.
Wildcats 12 penalties for 117 yards. I'm not going to check if that's official, but I'm assuming that is the most we've had under Coach Woody in his 2 years of tenure here. Let's take you through the rest of the stats. As I mentioned, 28 first downs to 17 Clark. Clark ran the ball 30 times for 72 yards. That's 2.4 yards a play. They passed the ball 31 times, 31 of 50 for 379 yards. The Wildcats had 17 first downs. They ran the ball 24 times for 95 yards. Cam Ransom was 22 of 32 passing. Again, Cam Ransom at one point was 10 of 10 and 14 of 16 at the end of the first half. He finishes 22 of 32 with 382 yards. I keep coming back to 12 penalties for 117 yards. 3 of those penalties for unsportsmanlike conduct post-play. Dead ball fouls.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
Clark Atlanta, 5 of 12 on third down and 1 for 2 on fourth down. Bethune-Cookman, 4 of 10 on third down. We were already one of the worst teams in the country on third down, just 13.3% through the first 3 games. And now we only get 40% tonight, 4 of 10. Let's get you through some individual stats. For Clark Atlanta, David Wright, 30 of 49 with 1 interception, 4 touchdowns, 374 yards. Receiving, Jones, 10 receptions for 120 yards. Harris, 6 for 94 and 3 touchdowns. Armon Harris has 9 touchdowns in 4 games. Martin, 8 receptions, 85 yards and a touchdown. West, 3 for 40. Young, 2 for 19. Tolliver, 2 for 14 and a touchdown. Rushing for Clark Atlanta, Martin, 8 carries, 46 yards. Wright, for the quarterback spot, 10 carries, 51 yards. Pinder, 9 carries, 29 yards. Riggins, 1 for 4. Jones, 1 for 2. Cabrera, 1 for 0. And 1 for negative 20 off of the botched punt snap in the first quarter. David Wright fumbled the ball once. For Clark Atlanta on defense was led by Somerville, who I don't think we called his name, had a quiet, good day. James Somerset, the sophomore from Hinesville, Georgia, led the way with 8 tackles. Wilkins also had 8 tackles. Edmonds had 7, Givens 6, Anderson 5, Searcy 5. Nobody else had more than that. Tackle for loss, Searcy had 3 tackles for loss and 19 yards. For Bethune-Cookman on offense, Cam Ransom was 22 of 31 for 382 yards and 3 touchdowns. Receiving, Kobe Stewart, 2 receptions, 79 yards and a touchdown. Malik Huggins, 3 for 74. Courtney Reese, 4 for 72 and a touchdown. Darnell Dees, 1 for 70 and a touchdown. Thomas Nance, 2 for 25. Omari Stewart, 5 for 18. Marcus Valens, 2 for 18. Ross, 1 for 14. Jenkins, 1 for 8. Clark, 1 for 4. Rushing the ball, Cameron Ransom, 11 carries, 79 yards and a touchdown. Courtney Reese, 8 carries, 21 yards. Bazul, 2 carries, 10 yards. Dees, 1 carry, -1. Bowens, 1 carry, -1 on the one play he was in. Huggins, 1 carry, -9. The Wildcats fumbled the ball 3 times and lost 2 of them. Courtney Reese fumbled once and got it back. Huggins fumbled on the punt return and lost it. And Watts fumbled on the interception return and lost it. On defense, Bethune-Cookman, once again led by Raymond Woody III, 7 tackles. Washington also had 7 tackles. He had a great game. Also 4 tackles for loss for Washington. Quarles had 6, Sparrow 5, Stinnett 5. Harris, Watts, Blake, and LaFontant all 4. Jefferson LaFontant had 2 tackles for loss. Bethune-Cookman, 4 sacks on the game. Brown had 1.5. Washington, LaFontant, and Hall each had 1. Wildcats had a ton of QB hurries, but never really seemed to get David Wright down on those rollouts. Pass breakups, Harris had 2, Stinnett had 2, Woody had 1. Should have had 2, but the penalty negated that right at the end. Volmar 1 and Watts 1. Watts also had the interception, returned it for 77 yards, and then fumbled on the same play. Once again, your final score here from Daytona Stadium, it's Bethune-Cookman 37, Clark Atlanta 38. Bethune-Cookman drops to 0-4, and conference play looms large next week against preseason favorite Alabama State here at Daytona Stadium. Clark Atlanta now 3 wins, no losses, 1 tie after their game last week was cut short. Darryl, there's a lot to say, but not a lot of time to say it.
Well, turnovers and penalties will kill you every time. You cannot win with turnovers and penalties. In the second quarter, right before half, Clark took the momentum and they kept it the rest of the football game. Every time they touched the football, they put points on the board. Every time we thought we had them off the field, something happened to extend the drive. We gave them opportunities to win this game. They took each and every one of them.
You can complain about the refereeing if you want, but in the end, it didn't matter. The Wildcats 3 dead ball personal foul penalties, 2 of them in response to officiating.
Yep.
And 1 a taunting call right at the end of the game. That lost the Wildcats the game.
Yeah,
because they would have been off the field. They would have been off the field and kneeling down to end the game.
Yep.
Raymond Woody with a massive pass breakup.
That was 4th down?
That was 4th down. It was 4th down.
Unbelievable, man.
And again, right at the end, a 55-yard career long for the freshman Leonardo Cabrera. Even with the wind at his back, that one barely crept over the bar. And Bethune-Cookman loses a heartbreaker, 38-37.
I feel for the kids because they fought hard to come back to show that they could play great football from what we saw last week at Michigan. I just feel for the kids, man. You got to get up. For next week, you got Alabama State coming in. You got some weather that's also coming into the area. It's possible hurricane. So this week might be a crazy week of practice. Maybe Alabama State comes to town a little early because I know we went to Alabama one year a couple of days early. So this is going to be a week where things are going to be a little different. And you got one of the top defenses in the SWAC coming in. It's for all the marbles now. Right now, I know it's bitter. So you're going to have to swallow this castor oil right here and get ready for SWAC play next week.
Once again, your final score, Bethune-Cookman 37, Clark Atlanta 38. I'm sure much discussion in the days to come from all corners of HBCU Nation.
My phone's going to be ringing, boy.
And that'll do it for us up here in the press box. Thank you so much for listening to this marathon of a game over 4 hours long. For Darryl Natil alongside me and Larry Steele in our 1380 WELE studios, punching all the buttons, bringing us to you on this Saturday afternoon. Thank you for listening to Bethune-Cookman University football on the CatEye Network. We'll be back next Saturday, 3 p.m. as we start conference play by hosting the Alabama State Hornets. My name is Michael Torello. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back next week.